Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very long day of League 7, Week 7. We've got 4 matches today. We have, starting off, Nox vs. Dumbledore's Army. We're going to go ahead and hand you off to our commentator, OTP. So give him a warm welcome as he introduces you and the teams.
Welcome in here. OTP in the broadcast booth, going to be joined by Neo, who's running fashionably late. That's just classic Neo, but all good. We are underway, about to be at least, and what's going to be a very exciting end to L7 Season 2 here. We are in the final day. There is a few matches here that do have some pretty big significance, a lot on the line. And a big one is this match right here, to be honest. Dumbledorks, they have nothing to lose, everything to gain. In fact, if they do manage to pull off a victory here, I believe it would have to be a sweep over Nox. They would be passing Revenants, my team, and they would be getting out of the relegation tournament, which is to come for in the Tri-Wizard division. All right, and we're underway here. So point of view of Glass in this awesome chaser core here for Nox. And right away, we see him flipping it over to Chintasu, the all-time leading scorer, right up there with Cardi in QC in general. She puts it in the top hoop. It is flip back over Dumbledorks. T-Dreams taking it up the pitch here. He passes it to Dynamite Cop, back to T. Looks like that was kicked back. With the point of view of T-Dreams here, coming back on defense as Glass goes up the pitch yet again. He rolls, and that is stopped. Nice save by Skipper. So no Dake Blueby today. We have Tuanella is in there with Chin and Glass. Another nice save by Skipper. And as mentioned, Dumbledorks, they've looked really good this season. They've been in a lot of the games. Even if they've been losses, they've been there really close. So certainly capable of pulling it off here. As mentioned, if they do sweep, they would pass the Revenants, my team, in the standings. We play the Wingardians later tonight, and that is going to be a massive one. That's going to be a win and get in basically for both teams there. I do believe, because I do see Reapers now ahead of Wingardians in terms of tiebreaker in the standings. So that's going to be a win and get in for World Cup Division Newts. The other big game is coming up after this, Obscurus versus the Kelpies. That's got some on the line as well. Obscurus need one game win, not even the series, just one game win, and they secure their spot in the relegation Newts for Tri-Wizards. Flips it up to Glass. Glass rolls over, and he puts it in. Nice kill there. Skipper doing Skipper things. He's got it. Flipped it up to T-Dreams. Back to Skipper. Grabbed by DA. DA comes up the pitch. And that one is unsuccessful. I don't know if we have a seeker or beater point of view. Drew, super close there in the snitch as we see Dynamite Cop put it in there, getting DA on the board. And DA's got a big snitch lead. It looks like J-Guard went down, actually. So Laggy is cooking, putting in the work, as Neo would say, if he was here with me on time.
Well, I am here.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, literally just hello everyone. Excuse the delay. I had some annoying things to deal with, but the errands are done. How is the match? Will it be like, oh, Jacob goes down, dude, and Black Rose catches? Incredible, bro.
I think that was the second elimination on Jay. I could be mistaken, but it was a pretty big snitch lead there. Black Rose, as we saw, he was cooking yesterday. I know not necessarily L7 related, but awesome all-star tournament put on by Black Lake yesterday. We saw a lot of these players involved. Congrats to Hufflepuff, who took the deciding championship over obviously our team Gryffindor, but every team I think played awesome in that tournament.
Yeah, there were some incredible matches, a beautiful final, and congratulations to the Puffs for getting that win. Good job, guys. Well, right now we are 40 to 20 in favor of Dumbledore's Army, OTP. That's because, oh my god, ADHD and goes down, and T Dream scores. Laggy is just on point today.
52, yeah. I'm gonna try to leave my bias out of this. I'm getting a little nervous. Neo, you came late, but I mentioned all the implications in the various matches today. One of them being this game. If Dumbledore sweeps, they have a chance to get out of the relegation tournament, essentially ensuring the World Cup spot for season 3. Here comes Glass rolling as he does. He loves that right hoop and he puts it in there.
So a very important match for Dumbledore's Army. Let's see if they can avoid being in the relegation slash promotion tournament at the end of the season. And we see that they are leading the game 50 to 30, and the snitch bars are a bit towards the side of Knox, but anything can happen still. They are actually very close. It could be even. So it's all up in the air with 1 minute and 50 seconds left. There's still a lot of game to be played.
Dynamite Cop passes it, going back for a 1-2, and that was nicely executed. Dynamite to T, back to Dyna, we call him on Team
Yeah,
Gryffindor. Nice
Dyna.
goal.
He loves that
Eh,
name. But yeah, beautiful score by Dynamite Cop. They now have snitch insurance, which means that catching the snitch is more important than ever for Nox. Because if Dumbledore score one more, not even the snitch catch is going to be enough. Like they need to put goals in and to catch that snitch if they want to have
yeah, and
any chances to come back.
Jay was low. Looks like he managed to stay alive there. But yeah, Laggy continuing to cook there. We've got Glass coming in. Very important goal. Right hoop. And Skipper must have heard me there in the booth because he had that locked down.
Skipper, a very good keeper for sure. These are actually two very good teams going up against each other. And we see, I think, is that Dynamite Cup? I think they're going to try to farm. I think I saw him going back to the hoops.
Yeah,
So we
still a
may
snitch lead
see,
for DA.
yeah, we may see some farming attempts from the side of Dumbledore's Army. They're actually keeping the quaffle. They want to prevent Nox from farming. We know that Natty is very good at it. So they are trying to prevent that farm. And right now, Dumbledore's Army has the lead on the snitch. They may get the catch. The catch is coming close. And yeah, it seems that Dumbledore's Army is going to get it. Black Rose gets super close. We'll see if Natty can get a kick. She cannot get the kick, apparently. Black Rose keeps going for it. And Dumbledore is going to get the
Here's
catch.
Bludger.
Oh,
Pushes
and
him off. And
Black
he
Rose
gets
gets
it.
it. 90
Wow.
to 30 with 13 seconds left. This match is done. And WX Army takes the first match of this series in what is Loki a bit of an upset, right? Like uh I think that most people had Nox winning maybe 2-1. I mean, we could still get a 2-1, but I feel like most people had Nox winning on this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, easy to just look at the standings and see where Knox and DA are respectively. But yeah, I definitely said at the start not to count out DA. They've been super close in all of their matches. Obviously, a very, very good experienced team, high in the standings in season 1, so a lot of experience in competitive play. And they showed up. Like, their players have been cooking. We saw them cooking yesterday in the house tournament. And yeah, it's just a lethal combination with if Laggy's playing like that, Rose is, doing what he does and staying alive. And then you've got T Dreams leading that really good chaser core, a lot of depth there. And I imagine we'll see some switches on that side.
For sure, they have some very important players. We saw Black Rose get some important catches yesterday against the Ravenclaw house. So he has shown that he can catch against some really good seekers. And like you say, Laggy on any day, she can, when she's locked in, she can go up against anyone and just come on top. So they're absolutely locked in. T Dreams and Skipper as well. He had some decent saves there. So Dumbledore's army is locked in today. They showed up and we will see if Nox can counter it. Maybe we will see. There's always the option of Denji seeking. They also have like a lot of chasers, a very good chaser core that they can do like a lot of options. So we may see some changes for game 2 OTP.
Yeah, it's funny you mention Black Rose. Our big win against Ravenclaw yesterday. That was actually Black Rose versus Jagard in that match. We see a lot of Ravenclaw here on DA, a lot of Gryffindor as well. It's kind of a mix of both. Skipper actually, I don't think he was available for the tournament, but Skipper, T Dreams, and Jagard. So yeah, just a lot of Ravenclaw players in this matchup in general. Do you think they're going to switch to Denji? We've seen that a lot this season. Any other switches you could see Nox making to try to adjust here?
So, you know, there's always the old adage, right? Don't change a winning team. And I feel like the opposite of that adage is if you lose a game, tweak. So we know that Jagard is a very good seeker, but so is Tenji. So I don't know, at least from my perspective, I'm always of the philosophy that you don't change a winning team, but also that if you lose, consider tweaks. It's not necessary maybe that you 100% have to do it, but it definitely helps, you know, because I feel like the new player, comes up pumped up, they don't have the loss because sometimes a loss can get you a bit down emotionally or like, the morale, I guess. You could also, I mean, some people can get tilted or whatever. So I just feel like sometimes just keeping it fresh, surprising the other team can work to a team's advantage. Just like we did on PHX with me and Denji, we would constantly switch in and out. So I feel like that could be an option for Nox. But let's just say it, like they can also take it with Jacob there. Like he's also a very good seeker. So it really depends on the strategy that they've planned for this match. How about you? Do you see a change more possible on seeker, maybe on chaser? Like
For sure. If Dake is around, you got to think he's going to be playing this game. I do think they're going to go Denji. I think they're going to shake it up a little bit, kind of stick to their guns. I do see some changes potentially with DA. I don't know. Did you notice who was chasing there? Obviously, we saw T Dreams and Dynamite Cop were cooking. I don't think I saw Warden, Cleat, Daddy Hog. I don't know if it was Wooney that was in their game one. But
considering I
Wooney,
joined mid match, yeah, I didn't
yeah,
really like see exactly every single player. I know there was T Dreams and Dynamite Cop. I just don't really remember the third one. I don't know if it was
might have been
Wooney.
Wooney. Yeah, looks like she's in right now. I don't know if she switched in, but that I guess that's her L7 debut here, or season 2 debut, I should say. Very interesting in a super important match. I don't know if they were just maybe down chasers today. They do have a lot of depth in that position. Maybe they wanted to get Wooney to, definitely be able to play one game, and that'll make her eligible for Newts if they are going to be in that play-in tournament. So interesting to see because yeah, we don't typically see aka Yuki Navir play on chaser. She's normally a keeper main.
Yes, Wooney, nice debut. Like you couldn't debut in a better way. So if Dumbledore's Army made a bet, it paid off. It definitely worked, and I think we may see a similar lineup. You know, like I said, winning teams. And yeah, you don't change a winning team. I think that Wooney also played against the Rim Reapers during the season, but either way, they don't. She's not like always on those starting lineups, so it's good to see her here again. And the bet definitely paid off. We'll see if it pays off again.
No Dake. Denji is in place of Jagard. I guess Dake was maybe unavailable today. Obviously, Nox is gonna have full trust in Glass, Chintasu, Tunela, incredible chaser core there. But no Dake today. No Pasawan or Section. I don't know if they played in any games this season. But Nox is keeping the same chaser core. Denji is in place. Looks like Denji gets the snitch find. That 5% always being important. Grab by Glass. Nice steal by T. Beautifully done.
Yes, for sure. It's we'll see if that change in Nox pays off as well with Denji now on the seeking position. That's gonna be a great duel between Denji and Black Rose. We do see that the snitch bar is in favor of Nox right now, as we get a score from T Dreams, who opens up the scoreboard with a 10-0 favoring Dumbledore's Army. who are a bit behind of the stage, but anything can happen. Laggy gets decent down. Laggy, I don't know what she is locked in right now. She is the menace today. Um, and we see that the chasers are also on point with T Dreams scoring the first goal. Anything can happen, but so far it's going decently well for Dumbledore's army.
For sure. And nice back pass that gets picked off before it can reach Dynamite Cop's leg there. Passed up the pitch. We got Chintasu working her way up.
Chinta's always a menace offensively, and she scores. And it's 10-10. The game is tied, which means that the snitch is gonna be so important in this first half of the game. The bars are right now in Nox's favor, but we know that Laggy can cook. She is locked in today, and we'll see if Denji can deal with the pressure that she's gonna put on him.
Yeah, holding hero. A lot of respect there by Denji staying out. That's going to cost him a little bit.
Yeah, I think he got tackled actually. The bar went down, and right now the lead is on Dumbledore's army's favor.
Too. That one gets broken up. They were expecting that one
goal
there. Yeah, but like you said, yeah, DA with the snitch lead again. Chintasu working her way up, trying to squeeze in a goal here before that snitch catch, and maybe they're going to focus in on the Seeker game. T disrupts that.
Yes, and the siege bars are super close. Buckle up because we're getting ready and close to the catch, guys. The bars are extremely close. We will see some farming attempts. Maybe Black Rose is really low. He may go down, but he doesn't go down. He dodges that bludger, and Laggy is close to him, protecting him. The chasers are on him. They're trying to tackle. We see that the lead right now is for Nox. Black Rose is trying to dodge with everything he has. He's really low on HP. Like a couple tackles could get it. A bigger tackle.
He dodges, gets that speed burst.
And Decent gets bludgered by Laggy. She trusts the Seeker to get it. It's getting super close. The bars are almost even. Black Rose. And then she gets the catch. Amazing catch. With 4 minutes left, Nox leads 40-10. And we are back in the game, guys. We're back in the game.
What a match. Grabbed by Wooney, flips it back to Skip.
Yes, it was so close. The bars were up there. And in Chaser game, they're even tied 10-10, 1 goal for each team. So this is really being a sort of battle of the Titans. Both teams have shown up. Both teams want to win this with all they have, and they're proving it on the pitch. What an intense and beautiful match we're watching.
Here's T again, flips it over, and he comes in. A little Rim Reaper action, looks like. Picked up by Natty. Natty, another player who had an outstanding tournament yesterday.
Yeah, great tournament by Natty, and an homage to the Rim Reapers. Shout out to them. And we see Skipper saving another goal. He's doing really well today. He is absolutely locked in. Dumbledore's Army fighting to not get into that relegation tournament. Very important match for both teams. But Dumbledore's is definitely looking for a win to avoid the relegation positions in the leaderboard or in the standing. The stage bars are super close, but I do see a slight advantage for Nox OTP.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like Denji's got a little advantage.
This is a really close game. I don't know if people had it in their bingo cards for this game to be this close, but they are putting up a fight. Both teams. Glass we see is coming to score and he misses. It's not a Rim Reaper homage, but he misses. He whiffs the goal, the shot, and we see T Dreams going around. Glass gets it again. He may score, but he gets eliminated by Skipper or T Dreams because on the top it says T Dreams. So he got hit twice at the same time. Rip Glass.
Double medal.
And Chintasu scores, but I feel like the snitch bars are so close. But Black Rose goes down. Black Rose goes down, and Decent got a key elimination.
I don't know if that was just the stream, but it looked like a bit of rubber banding there. Maybe they got a decent bludger.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure. Don't want to take away from the knock there. As T Dreams comes in and could be a decent goal, but looked pretty simple for him there. I agree in chat. I see Skinny, some comments talking about how T Dreams, he is definitely low-key goated. Not just on Chaser, on Seeker too, though.
Yeah,
Really,
he's
really
definitely
good
a
player.
player to look out for. As the match is 50-20, the siege is going to be super important. If the A wants to stay in the match, they should probably put everyone in there. As we see Woonie with the quaffle. Natty gets an elimination on Laggy, and now Nox is really close to securing that catch and winning game two with 1 minute left. Anything can still happen, but it's looking harder and harder for the A to get this match as the seconds pass.
Yeah, wisely keeping possession. They flip it back to Natty. I think they're just going to play a little bit of keep away here. They may try to get a score just to have that added insurance, but likely looking to secure the snitch here.
Yeah, with 30 seconds left, the catch is super close. The bar is almost filled up, and Denji gets the catch. Denji gets the catch, and he gets the match for Nox 80-20. That would be a tied chaser game, but with two catches coming from Nox's side, that just goes to show how important the snitch is in the match, and they get an 80-20 victory over the A.
Yeah, really nice response from Knox. Neil, what do you think were some of the keys to that? Like, what do you think they did differently in their approach?
Well, one of the things that we definitely saw is the whole keeping it fresh. Let's surprise the other team and just make the switcheroo, right? Like, let's make that player change. Jaeger is scored. And, it's very interesting because if I'm not mistaken, when Nox played against, I'm not sure if it was you guys or GC or if it was the Rim Reapers, but we had a similar situation, but opposite. Jaeger lost, if I'm not mistaken, or wait, no, sorry, Denji, if I'm not mistaken, was really close to getting catches, but he lost both. And then they switched to J Guard, and J Guard, started getting catches. And here we see the opposite, right? J Guard didn't have really, make that impact on the first game, and now Denji comes in and he makes that impact, which just goes to show how important and goaded it is to have options on your team and coded
For sure.
options. That is super important.
For sure. I've always been a big proponent of the switch off seeker and or beater between games 1 and 2. Also messes with the pattern recognition a little bit. But yeah, you're exactly right. Like even in our game against Nox versus Revenants, it was the opposite. I had a few good kills on Denji early on. We took that game, and then Jagard came in and was cooking. So hey, as long as one of them is on, then you're going to be in good shoes here. Which
Absolutely.
leads me to the next question: what is DA going to do to respond here? Do you see potentially T Dreams going on Seeker, or do you think they're going to run it back here?
They are in a bit of a pickle here. It's a tough situation because T Dreams can definitely seek. He is a really good seeker right now, but he has also been making the difference and putting up the scores as chaser. So as Dumbledore's, you could go. So you could look at it this way. You could be like, okay, they got 60 points on Snitch and beat us 80-20. We were tied on chaser. So let's just make the switch and maybe we can get those 60 snitch points for ourselves. But at the same time, that means that the Quaffle game may not be as strong because T Dreams was definitely making an impact there. So do you risk it all for the snitch? And also Black Rose can catch. Like it's not like, but it's just a really tough situation on this one. Personally, I don't know if I would make that change. How about you, OTB? If you were like the coach of the A, how would you look at it?
No, I would not make the change either, especially with the way Rose has been flying over the last few days. I've seen him play really well. And, we talked about T Dreams and what he brings to that Chaser core, especially with, it looks like they might be short a few bodies. Have yet to see Cleat, Warden, Warbeard, Daddy Hog, some of these other Chasers. So I imagine they'll be running it back unless they have another chaser on hand to fill in for someone like Wooney potentially, who doesn't play the role as often, or Dynamite Cop. But yeah, I think you got to leave T cooking there on chaser.
For sure. And also, I want to remind everyone who's watching, first of all, thank you for tuning in. And second of all, don't forget to make your prediction. Right now, we have 7,000 channel points going to in favor of Nox. And we have one person with 30 points for DA. So right now, if DA wins, that person's gonna become a millionaire. It's gonna become rich in channel points. So it can go either way, guys. DA cooked on game one, Nox cooked on game two. Game 3 is still open for anyone. So just get your predictions in. And I see that some more people are betting on DA now. Someone else has put 20 additional points. So yeah, if you want to get rich, that's a good opportunity. Oh, now DA has 2,000 channel points from 3 people. So they are investing. We are going up on the DA stocks. So get investing, guys. Get investing. I'm not gonna be responsible though if you don't win. I'm just throwing it out there. But it's gonna be really interesting to see who takes Game 3. I would say personally, OTP, that it's still up in the air. Like, what are you thinking?
Totally up in the air. I'm going to say my X factor for this game is Laggy. We saw her absolutely cook game one, knock J-Guard, I believe, more than once. So if she can find that form, maybe she got a little bit more used to Denji's flight path in that game. I think she's going to be the X factor here. I definitely see it going either way. On paper, you got to give the edge probably to Nox, the expected favorite coming in. But I mean, it's the World Cup division. Certainly anything can happen.
Yeah, I would say Nox was probably the favorite in most people's cards when before the game started. But DA surprised a lot in game one. They cooked so well. Laggy is having like a really amazing series. She's really locked in. Black Rose with the catches as well. It's just gonna depend on like those details when you are locked in 100%. I feel like it's gonna come down to that. And we see that the mentor says, "I've got my life savings on the A." So if Nox wins the match, let's all pitch in, make a little cardboard box thingy, for the mentor in case he doesn't get this W on the channel points. But those are the bets I like, bro. You risk it all, go for it, and just we'll see what happens, right? But definitely it's still up in the air. What do you think about the keeper situation, though? Like Skipper, Natty, do you see any differential facets in there? Anything that could be make a difference or a big impact in the match?
100%. It's Natty, right? She's the farming goat. Really, really good at hero kicks. Definitely is gonna play a big factor in that snitch game, like we saw last game. Nox just so smart with the quaffle, holding down that possession, bringing it back, knowing the right times when to farm. And 99.9% of the time, if they get it back there, Natty's connecting with that hero kick. So she's a massive factor. Different style than Skipper. Skipper, I'd say his X factor is his kicks. So that's how he makes his impact felt. Obviously, not to say he can't do hero kicks himself, but his free kicks are really impressive. So Black Rose definitely has a lot on his plate. Or sorry, not Black Rose, Denji flying near Skipper with his kicks, and obviously Laggy playing like she is. I think Laggy, I called her the X factor of the match. I liked her strategy. Looked like she was focusing Decent a little bit. We did see Decent go down. Decent, really known as an offensive beater, really good at hitting the Seeker, but maybe a little bit more susceptible to hits by the beater sometimes. And we saw Laggy taking advantage of that. So I think if they can focus, get Decent out of the way, protect Black Rose a little bit, and have a little bit more extra time to get that full team pressure on Denji, I think that's going to be the main way that DA is going to be able to pull this off.
Yeah, absolutely. And yes, we know that Natty is a really good, she's really good at farming that waffle. It's just, she has like a special talent in that. And Skipper can also do it as well. But let's just say that it's like Natty's. She has proven to be like super good at it. And I also agree with you with the keeper kicks from Skipper. We saw that elimination on glass. I think he also eliminated Chintasu at some point. So he's definitely getting those kicks in and getting getting those eliminations that help his team. Also, I want to tell everyone in chat that apparently the channel points will be reset before QC Mania. So if you guys want to write your messages in purple, now's the time. I mean, just spend those points. Redeem hydrate. Okay, OTP, we have to stay hydrated because Teddy redeem hydrate. Let's drink some water. Thank you, Teddy. I'm gonna
Okay,
drink
thanks,
my.
Teddy. Kemi, cool. This one's for you.
Yep.
I hope you hear my tap going. Nice,
Shout out
fresh,
to
agua fresca.
Shout out to Chemical for this one. I'm gonna drink my non-alcoholic drink. I promise. Let's go.
Well, we got a bit of downtime here. Let's pull up pull up the Hagrid bot, look at the upcoming matches for today, talk about those implications we went through. The first one is over. Unfortunately, DA did need a clean sweep to be able to pass my team, the Revenants, in the standings. So it looks like they will be in the relegation tournament with the Nighthawks. Looking like the Hogs are a lock there, first place, number 1 in the Tri-Wizard division. And then Obscurus. Obscurus would be that 4th team. Now that's the other one that's still in play. And actually Obscurus and the Kelpies are standing by, getting ready to kick off their match. Last game of the series. Same kind of deal here. I think Obscurus just needs 1 win. And they're going to be good. They're going to lock themselves into that second spot there in the Tri-Wizard division. So they'll be fighting for World Cup contention in Season 3. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, let's switch over. I guess that good timing. That
and we
match
have
is
the
underway.
Kelpies and Obscure Quidditch Club match starting. Teddy, I promise I'm gonna sing something after when there's a downtime. I will sing something for you. Fit check. Yeah, I will send you a screenshot later, a picture. But let's get it out of the way. Thank you for the redeems. We're going to Obscures versus Kelpies. Do we know if this is game 1?
Yeah,
Yeah, this is
yeah.
game 1. We're seeing game 1, and Vanir gets a scoring
Veneer.
really fast. Gryffindor, shout out to Vanir. He gets a quick score against Obscurus, and it's now 10-0 with a good start for the Killer
Yeah,
Kelpies.
absolutely cooked yesterday. Great to see him back on the game a little bit more recently. In what could be the last match, unfortunately, we ever see the Kelpies, as sad as that is to say. They are cooking in another game. We won't say what it is, but they're definitely focused on that. Big score there by Odarina, doing what she does with the pass coming from Anna Wong. They've really solidified themselves as one of the better chaser duos in this
Yes,
division.
I'm gonna look for a name for them. Right now, I have like something like the Quaffle Sisters, but I'm gonna look for a better name for sure. But they are always on scoring menace, like with the assist, whoever assists or scores. Odarina and Anna are definitely a menace up there. We do see that the snitch bar is really big for the Killer Kelpies. No, I'm sorry, for Obscurus, and
Garrett.
that's a huge advantage. Like it seems
Yeah.
like they have to put in the work against Eddie Rani.
Yeah, Edireni, aka Osiris. I think he's really taking that top spot in terms of the top seeker in the Triwizard division. They signed him as after the season had already begun. They had already dropped a match against the Owls, and they've gone undefeated since Edireni's joined the team. We see Andruski, typically a keeper main, flying on Chaser. Shout out to Bearman. I think this is the first time I've seen him back in the keeper position where he played and really cooked all season 1 for the Kelpies. He
Yeah,
makes a nice save there on USA.
some things never change, and we see Berman still got it. Yeah, and I agree with you. Even though this may be the last match we see from the Clear Kelpies on QC, we don't know that yet, but it could be. So it's really good to see them back on the pitch in full force, seeing Berman as the keeper and King Kuma on beater, which is something he doesn't play all that often. Like it's not his main
Interesting.
position; he's usually a chaser, but he definitely can put in the work and get those hits.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe no Oscos, no Chemical available today, or they just wanted to continue their rotation, allowing people to play different positions. They do have Veneer and obviously Veneer, Luke Turner as well in their normal chaser positions.
Daniel
For
gets a secret tackle, and Osiris, he has a lead, but the lead has strength. Uh, we see Odarina going for the attack. I think Berman gets a kick or a save, and the bars are getting super close. Odarina gets the quaffle again. We may see Obscures get some more points in the coming seconds. We'll see if this shot goes in. I don't know if the timing was good though for the Seeker, Seeker wise. But the bar is super close. Eddie may get the catch, and he gets it. Osiris with a really cool hat gets the first catch for the
roll
Obscure
in the
Spirit.
dungeon, what?
Hell yeah. With the Halloween vibes, Osiris gets his first catch, and Obscurus leads 40-10. Match is still up in the air, but it's a good lead for sure.
Yeah, nice comeback attempt by Sweet Savvy, giving us shades of Jolva. Shout out to him. I see some comments in the chat. Miss him too. One of the best seekers all time in this game. But we've definitely seen Sweet Savvy capable and put up some really good performances this year. So going to be a tough test against Osiris. I'm going to give Zayuni some love as well. I think, he came in as a new beater in this division, and he's really made a name for himself. So definitely a really tough
Absolutely.
Seeker beater combo
Yes, and
here.
Sayuni was really important on that game against, if I'm not mistaken, the Hellfire Hawks. He logged in, he gave Ashes of Amber a huge fight, and he has been cooking against the Mad Monsters as well. So shout out to Sayuni, doing really well. The stage bars are kind of close now, though.
Oh,
We do have to
right on
say that
schedule.
the chat on our channel is also requesting that when the DA match starts against Nox, we could switch to that when as it is the game 3, and we still have one more game in this series. So we'll just stay tuned for the DA versus Nox game 3 while we see the Killer Kelpies going up against Obscurus in a game that could secure Obscurus' first place in the Triwizard division.
Very tight game here. Tight snitch lead. Never mind. Savvy goes down.
Ayuni.
Right on schedule. Zayuni again. He's listening to us. Massive knock, securing potentially that second snitch there. And Odarina comes in and makes it 50-20.
Shout out to Sayuni, who has also awesome commentary on here. You guys have heard him from time to time, and now he's doing some awesome tackles on the pitch, on arena with the score. The Obscure Quidditch Club is leading comfortably right now, 50-20, as they have a very nice snitch lead, and they are tied on Quaffle game. Not anymore. Odd Arena with the score, and it's now 30-20 Quaffle and 60-20 overall in a match that seems to be going fully the way for Obscures now. It's almost impossible unless they get an elimination right now to make a comeback for the Kelpies. Never say never, but it's looking really rough right now. And we're gonna switch to Nox versus DA. Osiris goes down. Oh my god. Okay, both matches are cooking now. I don't know if we can get a double B on that because Osiris just went down, but we see that Nox and DA are 10-10. The bars are super close as well. Both matches, Kelpies and Obscurus, just got super exciting with that downing on Osiris. But we see that here the bars are also super close with a slight lead for I would say DA right now has a small lead. Apparently, Denji got tackled, um, and the
Yeah,
Quaffle
Leggy
game
was
started.
knocked. Leggy was knocked when we came into this game. She came back to life and got a quick tackle on Denji. Looks like a pretty sizable snitch lead now for Black Rose.
Yes, and if Laggy stays locked in and keeps putting in the work, this may be a catch for the A, and we may see some people turn into millionaires with the channel points. We're gonna see what happens, still up in the air. Anything can happen, especially if you have Decent and Denji against you. Laggy dodges a bludger, and Glass gets a score, making it 20-10. Laggy goes down, she gets eliminated, which could mean huge danger for Black Rose.
It helps, but Decent's really got to get on Rose. He kind of, spent some time there focusing on getting that laggy knock, got out of position, didn't really take advantage of that
He got
knock.
a
Well,
tackle
now he
though. He
does
got a
with
tackle on
that
Black
big
Rose.
tackle.
Oh, and
Wow.
he gets a bludger.
And he
Black Rose
goes
is 1
down.
HP. Oh, he goes
Not
down. Oh
down.
my god.
No, not down. Sorry,
Oh,
1 HP. 1
yeah, 1
HP. I thought
HP.
he might
He's
have
super
died from that
close.
bludger. Super
Super
close
close.
here.
And Denji's locking in. The bars are now in favor of Nox. He may get the catch. They're putting the pressure on Black Rose. He cannot fly comfortably right now, but they're approaching his hoops with the skipper there, which could make a difference. Black Rose keeps dodging everything on
He's
his
got the
path.
lead.
Oh my
Ginny's
god.
about. They're both full meter. They're both full meter right
Meter.
now.
Black Rose
Bludger
gets the
by
catch.
Decent.
Black Rose gets
Black
the
Rose
catch.
gets it.
Oh my
Wow.
god, 40-20 for DA. Nox needs a catch, or this could be very tough to make a comeback from. Um, yeah, we're seeing a beautiful match. DA putting in the work, showing up. Both teams are playing really well.
70-30 Obscurus. So I think Edareni did come back to life and secure that snitch.
Yes, and it seems that on the other game, Obscurus is leading 70-30. So they may get the victory. It's looking a bit rougher for the Kelpies to make a
Here comes
comeback.
Glass. He flips, goes to that right hoop like he does, and that's 3 goals already on the match.
3
Almost
goals.
evening out the score here.
Exactly. A lead on Chaser game for Nox, 30-10. but the Seeker was caught by Black Rose, which makes all the difference right now for Dumbledore's army. T-Dream's going up the pitch. Black Rose is low on HP. We could see an elimination soon, as the bars are favoring Nox right now.
Yeah, Black Rose is still low. We see him almost regen, but he gets hit with a slow bludger there. Nice change of pace by Decent. Nice tackle there. And Black Rose is right back down to low health.
I'm gonna be honest. If I'm DA right now, I focus all on Seeker. I focus on Seeker. I just think that it's gonna be rough to like. If DA gets a stitch, it's gonna be very hard for Nox to like put up so many goals. So it's basically gonna come down to that. As we see a farming attempt, I think. Black Rose is super low. He goes down. He goes down, and the bars are miles away. They are
He goes
long
down too.
distance.
Decent's cooking.
Yes.
He hits Laggy.
And it seems that it's just going to be really, really tough to make up that difference. They would need at least one or maybe two eliminations and then some more hits to make up all of that snitch bar. And Nox keeps scoring with Shintasu, putting in a score and making it 40-40 with the bars clearly in favor of Nox. I would say DA's only hope would be to maybe prevent catch, like just try to make the time run out on that one and score one waffle goal. That could be an option. But Denji knows how to dodge those blunders. We'll see how it
Nice
goes.
snag by T. Is he going to come back to farm? Most likely. Kind of their only hope is getting a knock on Denji. And that gets swiped away by Glass, preventing that farm.
You know what? The Sage bars are actually close right now.
Super close now.
They are super
Very
close.
impressive comeback here by DA.
Incredible. 40 seconds. And Laggy goes down. Oh my god, this is so close. Nox has a lead for sure, but we saw the comeback that happened, how they reduced that gap, and it could happen again.
Back to Skipper. With 20 seconds left, if you get a goal and you can prevent catch, that's
yes,
a victory.
we may
here.
go to overtime. If someone scores right now, they're actually in prime position to win the match. Dynamite Cobb is near the hoops, and he gets the score. If they prevent the catch, the match is over in favor of DA. They may prevent the catch. 9 seconds left. Denji's going all in. The bar is not full. He doesn't have the catch from yet. 4 seconds. 3.
Everyone on
2,
Denji here.
1.
As they come
and
down.
The match ends with a win for Dumbledore's Army versus Nox. Oh my effing god. The mentor got rich with the channel points, and we see a huge, incredible win by DA by the timeout. Basically, a timeout that prevented Denji to catch that stage. Incredible finale for this series, and Dumbledore's Army gets the win. Congratulations, DA, and congratulations, Nox, for an amazing performance. What an ending. I cannot believe it. What an ending.
What a match. That was insane. Very exciting. Congrats to Dumbledorks. I'm going to correct myself because I don't fully know how the standings work there. They may have come into a tie position with the Revenants Quidditch Club here. That might come down to points, differential. Obviously, Neo, you and I are going up tonight. Revenants versus Wing Guardians is going to be a massive match here. Not only for the winner to secure their spot into Newts, but depending on how that goes, Dumbledorks may have a chance to pass the Revenants here for the seeding with the relegation tournament.
Friends in the casting booth, rivals on the pitch, bro. Today, at least.
Absolutely. Just a massive day of Quidditch. Crazy first series here. Crazy implications. Time Twister, do we have the final score there for Obscurus Kelpies?
So we have information that the first match ended 70-30 in favor of Obscurus Quidditch Club. We were waiting for this match to end to get into game 2. We'll see if the Kelpies make any switch ups OTP. But first, I feel like we should say the final thoughts about this match. What are your final thoughts about Nox versus DA?
I mean, final thoughts is World Cup division, Quidditch. It's awesome. Any team can beat any team. Everyone is very stacked in this division. We saw it on full display. Never count anybody out. Congrats to DA ending the season on a high note. We saw their players perform really, really well. So congrats to them, and congrats to Knox on a very great season. They're still fine, I believe. Again, there could be some things that get shaken up with tiebreaker, but I believe they're still going to be okay for Newts. It's going to be a super exciting finish here today.
Absolutely, and I gotta say, we always say how the matches in Dry Wizard tournament are usually a bit closer, a bit more intense, coming down to the wire. Whereas sometimes in World Cup, you can like kind of predict who wins and stuff. But I gotta say, this match showed up. It was probably I've been casting like a bunch of games this season, and I gotta say that was probably the best ending I've seen for a series overall. Like I feel
Yeah,
like
that
that
was
is the most
for sure.
insane ending that I've ever seen in this season. So congratulations, they are bloody helling because they got Forbidden Forest.
Forbidden Forest.
Yeah, it's probably like a
No,
bad
I
match.
agree. That was a classic for sure. There's been quite a few classics. Honestly, a lot of really good series this season. My personal favorite, I remember Tama, right, coming in and clutching up there for the Hogs. That was a crazy series when he came in and made his debut. But so many great battles, great series, big upsets in both divisions. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do see when Guardians, you guys currently had the tiebreaker over Nox coming into this.
We won that
Um,
game 2-1. We won the game
yeah,
2-1.
no, yeah, no, I meant just in the standings in general. You guys were already ahead of Nox, so I believe with that loss by Nox, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, somebody from staff, but I think when Guardians just clinched their spot in Newts, it would have to be a Revenant's upset over Wing Guardians tonight for us to potentially pass Nox there, I believe. But again, Dumbledore's Army, they're going to be in play now as well, obviously, with that win. I think it's going to really come down to points in terms of who's going to end up in that relegation division to hold the World Cup spot, or who's going to potentially sneak into the World Cup Newts in that fourth position.
Hey, that's what we all love, right? I mean, I know that the teams involved are probably a bit stressed about it, or maybe thinking about like what the future looks like when it comes to newts. But as people who follow the league, spectators, and just the community, it's always exciting to see how the last matches can end up defining who goes to the playoff. That would be um, And King Kuma, I think, just said, "Can I get a who yeah or something like that?" So there you go, King Kuma. Who yeah, bro? Hyped it up. Let's go. I don't know if you're gonna play beater on this one, but you are a good player, bro, in any position. So there you go with the who yeah or oh yeah, I don't know. Um,
I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, man. I think you got to put a little bit more flair into that one. But
okay,
that's
you gotta lead by example to be on this one.
no, no, thank you. Maybe we can call in Wooney or one of the, the
Yeah.
smut voices here of QC.
Oh,
Back to
I
the
know.
match here before we get kicked out of the broadcast booth.
Yes,
Uh,
I'm not putting my smart voice out for this one, but we see the match starting and the Kelpies King Kuma on beater with a who yeah, I'm not gonna say it like that, but let's go. The Kelpies are going in the attack, they're gonna try to score, but Mitch gets a save, and it's game on for game two, and we'll see if they take us to game three.
no lineup changes. Interesting left Kuma and Beater, so that confirms. I think Chemical, Osgos both unavailable today. Thought we might have seen Andruski back on keeper with Bearman beating. We've seen him there this season. We've seen him really play everywhere this season. But he's going to finish his season and potentially QC career where he, has played most of his hours there on keeper. As we see, Odarina does get the quaffle past him there. 1-0 Obscurus.
Yes, a nostalgic match because this may be the last. Who knows? Maybe they'll be back in season three, but this could potentially be the last match we see of the Kirk Kelpies in League 7. So shout out to them. Always a fun team to watch. And the match is still up in the air. They can get some waffle scores. They got some really good chasers. And Sweet Savvy has been doing really well. As Drewski scores a goal with an assist from Vanier. And we see a tackle as well. I think that makes the snitch bars slightly closer. 10-10 matchups still up in the air.
Yeah, Cyrus does have that lead. Heading back into the hero kick. I believe that connected on him. Up to Odarina, and she comes in.
Yeah, so Arena always putting up the scores. The stage bars are towards favoring Obscurus right now. Anything can happen, but Kuma needs to get some tackles in if they wanna get that bar closer. As they go on the attack now, Luke Turner passes it, and we'll see maybe if they score with Andruski scoring the second goal for the Killer Kelpies, and the bars are getting closer, but just still up in the air. I think we all want to go to game three. I'm not gonna lie, we love game threes, so we are seeing a very close match right now. ODP.
Yeah, this Kelpie's Chaser Corps obviously led by Veneer, but Luke is no slouch either. A lot of hours in this game. He's made some nice passing plays setting up Veneer and Ruski, who's playing very well. Back to Veneer, he comes in and that one's stopped by Midge.
Mitch really putting in the work. He's been doing really well recently with those saves on the Triwizard division. He's locking in for those matches. As we see Obscurus on the attack, but Bearman gets the quaffle. The bars are super close. Well,
Edireni
it's super
coming
close,
in,
yeah, for
yeah,
Edirani.
for
Yeah,
Edireni. I did see Zayuni get another tackle on Andruski. Recently, we see his point of view here as he's patiently waiting, fires out Bludger. Dodged by Savvy. That's going to give him another speed burst to potentially catch up. But we see Osiris zoning in on that snitch. Uh,
and Eddie Rani gets the catch. Eddie Rani gets the catch, and it's 50-20 in favor of Obscure Quidditch Club. Shout out to Sweet Sabi though; he's been doing really well. And let's say it, Osiris Eddie Rani, he has so much experience. Uh, he could play in the World Cup division without issues. So the fact that Sweet Sabi is getting that close to him just shows how much he's improved as a player since the season started.
yeah, Edireni was a seeker, chaser, beater, kind of played a bit of everything, mainly beater for the knockout vampires. We see him play a lot of beater and cook in Q6, but obviously is really, really good as a seeker. Speaking of good beaters, there's Odarina coming in with another score that's 60-20 Obscurus.
Yes, Obscurus getting a comfortable lead right now as even a snitch catch by the Clear Kelpies and Odarina goes down as she usually gets focused on. You know, she paid the price for that goal, but it was worth it as not even a snitch catch would tie the game right now. Kelpies need another score, but the quaffle gets thrown away. I think that Andruski is gonna get it. He gets it, passes it to Vanir, who passes it to Luke Turner. Luke may score, and Odarina gets the tackle as well. Good defensive player. She can be anywhere in the pitch and make an impact. And we see her going on the attack as it may result in another Odarina goal. And
Yes,
it
it
does.
does.
Odarina with the score 26, 70-20. Kelpies, they can still get it, but they need an elimination on the seeker or some tackles, and they need to score at least 2 goals for it to be tied. We'll see if they can make it. They have a good chaser core, but Obscurus right now is just making a difference. Oh, and Sayuni goes down. King Kuma with the elimination. Who, yeah, or whatever he told me to say. But we go with that elimination. The bars are super close. Kelpis needs to score 2 goals if we want that snitch catch, potential snitch catch for the Kelpis to matter. The bars are really close. It's anyone's snitch right now. And we see the Kelpis going in the attack. It will be a huge score if they get it. But no, Mitch gets a save,
Edge locking it down.
locking it down, and Osiris goes down. So
Cyrus
the
goes
snitch.
down.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay, the snitch is probably gonna go for the Kelpies, but they need to
Here's
put a
USA
score soon.
dodges, and
Uh,
USA, I believe, either rimmed or stopped by Bearman. It looks like he kicked the quaffle back out, picked up by Anna Wong. This quaffle game is massive here as we see a big lead for the Kelpies in the snitch. Can they
yes, and
get
the
a
bars are super
quick goal?
close.
Can they get a quick goal? They're coming in, trying to get that score. They need two of them at least to tie with the catch.
Yes, but with 43 seconds left, it's looking really rough. Even if they get the
Yep.
snitch, they
And
need to
Odarina
score
is coming
right
in.
now. They need to score right now if they want to make a difference. But with 33 seconds left, it looks like the match may already be decided. They are going for that catch. Osiris now with the
And
lead
Irani's
again.
back with the lead. Yep,
And he
he's gonna
gets the catch.
bring that in.
100-20. Obscure Quidditch Club securing the first position, if I'm not mistaken, in the Triwizard Division. Congratulations to Obscures. What a season. They started with a loss against the Oakshaft Owls and have turned their season around to end up in the first or second spot, but I think it could be the first one, defeating the previously undefeated Hellfire Hawks in the way. So congratulations to Obscures. What a great win.
Yeah, congrats. Obviously, got a lot of friends on that team. Really proud of them and to see their development. I had them in my early season predictions to be the winner of the Triwizard Division. I know a lot of people expected actually the Kelpies who we saw today, just because they were so strong last season. Obviously, losing Jolva was a big loss, and a lot of rotation by their players. Hellfire Hogs, Dragons were other two kind of favorites in this division, who are going to finish 2 and 3 respectively. Great season to the Kelpies, to the Dragons, and to the Owls, who all are unfortunately going to come up short, as well as Mad Mobsters, who unfortunately had to forfeit the match today. Unless anything has changed, I don't believe they were able to bring in subs like they did last game. So the Oakshaft Owls are going to take that victory, but it is not enough with the 3 match wins by Oakshaft and Dragons. They're still going to be behind Hogs in terms of tiebreaker. So Hogs will be number 2, playing with Obscurus with 4 match wins in that relegation tournament. So it's going to be them again versus Nimbus Nighthawks for sure. And then any combination really of DA, Revenants, Nox. We'll see how the rest of the day shakes out. But that'll be a 4-team basically tournament to see which 2 teams are going to progress and either move up or stay in the World Cup division for next season.
Absolutely, what an amazing season! And I do have to say, because as you've mentioned, we've seen some of the Kelpis players migrating to newer pastures, like a new adventure. So I do have to say that if this is the last time that we've seen the killer Kelpies on the pitch, just thank you for all the good times. Thank you for all the amazing matches during season 1. It was a blast, and this season you guys have put up some good performances as well, with Sweet Savvy being a newer seeker, you guys giving him the coaching, the chance, and he has improved a lot in his game. So Sweet Savvy, shout out to you as always. Very good improvement. Keep at it. And I hope we will see them again in season 3. But whatever the case, just thank you for all the good matches, Kirk Elvis.
Yeah, it really was cool to see them bring in some newer players. Sweet Savvy, we saw Boxy, we saw Luke Turner, obviously experienced player, but he joined them late and had some really good performances as well. And then obviously we know what Veneer, Kuma. Unfortunately, we didn't see as much. It's Sarah, another great chaser on that team. But yeah, awesome people, awesome players, great season. Thank you guys for coming back and playing again. We hope it's not the end of this team or any teams really. It's going to be super interesting to see what happens next season. If you're going to, similar after season 1 to 2, we saw certain teams kind of merge together, certain Discord communities being formed. So I don't know if we're going to see more of that. Hopefully we still have a lot of teams in a very exciting and competitive season 3.
Yes, and shout out to the Ragtag Dragons from Libby Grace, who also had the worst take of the week last week when she said that pineapple. No, she said that pizza was overrated. So shout out to the Dragons. Just get some good pizza, please. And we'll be back at 7 p.m. Eastern with a great match as well between the Wing Guardians, the team where yours truly is, and the Nimbus Nighthawks. It should be a good one. We saw the Nimbus Nighthawks really take it super close against Crazy Combs. I think that both matches ended with a 10-point difference, even though Crazy Combs was trying out different roles and they were doing like the Wheel of Fortune. I would say that they are still goaded in like any position that they play on, right?
100%. Yeah, that's another one in terms of a classic or a really, shocking performance to see the Nighthawks start off the season really on a bad foot with some really bad losses. We'll put it frank. They're in there putting in the work, playing in the solo queues almost every single night, always asking teams to queue up. So congrats to them. They had a lot of development and they had a really good performance against Crazy Comms. Again, doesn't really matter that they're doing the position wheel. You have to tip your cap. So this is an improved team. I do expect them to come out hard against you guys. Neo, maybe anything we can expect from the Wingardians game plan, position alignment, not just for this match, but maybe the match you guys are playing after. I forget who you're playing, but
We are
if you want to
playing.
tell,
Oh yeah, I don't know. We're playing like some team, some team. No, I'm
yeah,
kidding.
yeah, maybe
Uh,
tell us what the lineup's going to be there. Thank you.
yeah, I would say that if you want to find out, tune in into the match. And I also want to mention that Skin is saying Seeker is the worst. Don't do it, not even once. I actually agree. As a Seeker main who has like I don't know 500 hours on Seeker, please don't do that to yourself. There are other positions to play, uh, but if you do it, just we can always coach and support and give tips. But yeah, stay tuned, guys. We will be back at 7 p.m. Eastern in around 2 hours from now for the Wing Guardians versus the Nimbus Nighthawks, and then right after we will have the Wing Guardians versus RQC. Um, so thank you for tuning in, everyone. Any last shout outs, ODB?
No, just awesome games there. Congrats to Dumbledore's Army and Obscurus. Well done, well played. Well played by all teams. Kelpies and obviously Nox putting up a great battle. It's an awesome weekend of Quidditch. We saw a super cool, in my opinion, my favorite tournament. A little bit of hiccups at the start, but that All-Star Cup yesterday was so cool to see some of the best players in the league really competing against each other. In all these teams here in L7, we've got a massive end of the season, and we've got Q6. Shout out to the finals. That's going to be streamed tomorrow. So QC is still popping. We're still here. Awesome end to the series, and thanks everyone for tuning in.
For sure. Thank you all, and we'll catch you on the next one. Thank you for tuning in.
Thank you guys so much. Good luck on your games today. For everyone that is currently listening, we have about a 2 hour gap, so we're gonna play a pre-recording of a game from last weekend. So you guys can definitely stick around for that. Also, if you're interested in helping us commentate the upcoming game of Nimbus Nighthawks versus Wingardians and RQC versus Wingardians, reach out and let us know. Thanks.
Welcome everyone to an aftercast. We are doing an aftercast. What does this mean? It means that this match has already been played out, but since we couldn't broadcast it for different reasons, we are doing the cast right now. And I'm here with Sayuni. A lot of you may know him as the beater, keeper. He can also be chaser and seeker, basically a jack of all trades, but mainly keeper for the Obscure Quidditch Club. Hello, Sayuni. What's up?
Hi, how's it going? Yeah, this is a recast matchup. This match has already been played, and it was an exciting match.
For sure, we see two really good teams from the Tri Wizard division, and this match was very important for Obscurus to get into that top two spots. Those two top two spots are gonna be fighting for promotion to go to World Cup on the next season. So this is gonna be a big one. Definitely, Mad Mobsters always ready to ball. So yeah, whenever you guys are ready, we can start watching this really fun match. So we are preparing to start this match. We're in the warm up, and we're gonna see Mad Monsters versus Obscurus Quidditch Club. A really good match. So two really good teams with very good players, and the man himself, Sayuni, who's right with us. And three, two, one, we start with this beautiful match between Obscurus Quidditch Club and Mad Mobsters. This is Sayumi, the leader, with Osiris already running one of the best Seeker beater variants of the Tri-Wizard division. Sai, tell us a bit about this match. Like, how you feel? Oh, the arena with the first score, 26, one of the best chasers of the division, putting one up in the scoreboard to make it 10-0.
Yeah, as I said, this was an exciting matchup. Me and Osiris basically, we don't practice a whole lot, but we work together really well.
Yeah, you both are really good players. I know the Arena putting a second score, 26 in the house, and we see Osiris go down by a keeper kick. Is that Kinky Whiskey? Yes, Kinky Whiskey, the chaser turned keeper for the Mad Monsters, getting two eliminations, very important eliminations, getting the beater and seeker on this one. But we know that Sayuni and Osiris are very talented players, as we see Chaos Creature putting a one goal for the Mad Monsters. She's a new player in the Triwizard division, first season on League 7, but Extreme Butter gets tackled. Very good job, Sayuni, that you're here with us. He's very low on health, and it's looking to be a very interesting snitch race.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting snitch race. I haven't run into Butters too much in the competitive scene, so it was nice to play up against someone I haven't really seen before.
For sure, we have Extreme Butter. Previously in season one, he used to be on the Tenebrous Testrals. If I'm not mistaken, ended the season the Knockout Vampires, if I'm not mistaken, but definitely a seeker who has some competitive experience. We're seeing that right now Eddie Rani and Sayuni have the snitch lead. As we see that this video, this particular stream is like a bit frozen. Yeah, we're going back to Sayuni as the snitch bar is a clear lead for Obscure Quidditch Club. So Sai, how was this snitch race? Like you both went down. I assume there wasn't like that put a bit of pressure on you, but you guys made the comeback.
Yeah, we definitely came back there, especially after both getting a limbed very early in the match. We just decided to keep the pressure on the Seeker and take whatever hits that came our way.
And Chaos Creature gets another score in. Life says Midget on the hoops for Obscure Quidditch Club. We have seen two scores for Old Arena, two scores for Chaos Creature, and the match is a tied 2020 with 4 minutes left. The Switch Bar, though, is clearly on the lead for Obscure Quidditch Club despite the double elimination. And we see Extreme Bar go down. Sayuni with a beautiful tackle gets the elimination. Is that Avada playing? Yeah, Avada, another good beater who came back to League 7 this season. But Sayuni is putting in the work. He's getting the job done. The catch is super close. We're going to see Obscure's catch if it keeps going like this, unless Avada can get an elimination or a hit on the Seeker. 2020, those 30 points are going to be huge for any team that gets it. Extreme Barrier trying to get some bumps, but Eddie Rani handling it well. He gets stunned. So he may get the catch right now. It's getting close. It's getting closer. It's gonna come. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left. Oh my god. The catch is coming, and Eddie Rani gets the catch as Extreme Barrier gets eliminated by Mitch, life size midget. Uh, Sayuni, I can imagine the excitement for that snitch cut.
Yeah, we were all going crazy in comms. We were having a great game, you know, especially considering, this game almost didn't happen.
Yes, yeah. For our viewers, we let them know that Mad Monsters had to get two players to fill in from the free agent pool in order to play this match. We still see a decent performance from them, though, as Kinky Whiskey has shown some practice in the keeper kicks. And Chaos Creator has gotten a couple of scores on a team that's not easy to score on, like Obscure Quidditch Club. Oda Arena had some scores as well, but right now we see that the Chaser game I was gonna say the Chaser name has come down, but Other Arena gets another score for a hat trick, three scores for 26. Kurwa, and yeah, she's putting in the work. And Extreme gets eliminated. Sayuni was popping off this match. I imagine you're very happy with that performance. You're cooking, Sai.
Yeah, I was locked in during that game. I had my loud screamy music going and it was just all fun.
Also, you play like with your beater soundtrack while you beat, that gets the adrenaline going, and USA Quidditch gets a score, and now 40-20 on Chaser game and 70-20 in general. Obscurus is now making a huge difference in this match.
I just landed another massive bludger hit to Extreme Butters there as he's approaching the red hoops.
Huge bludger. And we can see that Avada is trying to put in the pressure, but not really being too successful as Oda Arena gets another score. I think that's the fourth or fifth one. She was definitely the goal scoring threat in this match. Mad Monsters had Chaos Creator scoring some goals for them, but they haven't been able to score in some minutes. Sai, I don't know if that was because you guys locked in on defense or just was there a call out maybe for defense or something like that? Because you guys locked your hoops and they haven't been able to score in a while.
I was basically bouncing back and forth between both the Chaser game and the Seeker game. So like I'm constantly hitting the Chasers and also bouncing back between Avada and the Seeker.
Absolutely, Sayuni, you put in your shift on this one. You clocked in and you were going ham on everyone. That is a beautiful performance to watch. And other arenas as well. Two of the standout players, as Osiris and Irani, handling the pressure from Abada, as Abada gets an elimination on Sai, but it's too little too late as Eddie Rani gets the catch 120 to 110 to 20. Oscars Quidditch Club gets the win and a very deserved win at that. That was a very good performance, Sai.
Yeah, not only was it a good performance from me and Odarina, but USA Quidditch, he had some good shots on goal. He was making some decent tackles throughout the entire game, and he's been putting in the work and improving with every game.
Yes, for sure. It's always good to see players improving. And yes, we know that Odarina is a really good goal scorer, but let's not forget about the other chasers who have also been putting in the work. And we saw it as Mad Busters started scoring 2 goals with Chaos Creator, but then they just locked in and they didn't get another score, at least from what I remember. So great job to the chasers from Obscure Quidditch Club. So I know that we already know the result, but let's say, what do you think about Mad Monster though? Trying to put yourself in their place. What do you think they should have done or could have done coming game 2? Like what strategy modifications maybe?
I did notice that they had a chaser who is kind of underleveled. I believe he was somewhere around the 40 to 50 mark. I would have stuck him more as a defensive chaser and had him focus on tackling me and pulling my attention off of their seeker, especially since I was such a heavy presence to them.
Yes, that is a great idea. Absolutely should have gone to help their seeker, which was Extreme Butter, someone with a lot of experience. But you guys did great, and now let's get ready to watch game 2 of this series between Mad Monsters and Obscure Quidditch Club. We are going into the match. Very good match that we have here. Obscure's trying to fight for their top placement to be able to fight promotion and go to the World Cup division. So we are live with the match Obscurus versus Mad Monsters game 2. And we're in for a good one. We'll see if they can handle the pressure. And we see a score that's USA Quidditch, if I'm not
USA.
mistaken. Beautiful score, opening the match really fast. 10-0 for Obscurus. USA Quidditch says hello on the scoreboard. And we'll see if Mad Monsters can adapt to the pressure that Sai was putting in. He was putting in the work, getting eliminations. Kinky Whiskey though with the kicks, right? Sai, like, was that a menace during the match?
Yeah, Kinky was a pretty good menace. He was kicking me basically anytime I got near his hoops. He's a really good player, especially at that keeper role.
Yes, you don't often see a keeper eliminating, as we see a pass there. Anna Wong couldn't get the score on, but she was in a good position to attack. But yes, Kinky Whiskey was definitely putting in some work, and he actually had a play that doesn't happen often where he eliminated the Seeker and Beater almost at the same time. That is really one of the highlights for sure, with Sayuni's performance as well being a highlight of the game 1. Um, and we are 10 to 10 right now. Tight game. The snitch bars are super close, but I would say the lead is right now for Mad Mobsters. So, Sai, I guess that you were like locking in on this one, like you were looking at the bars and were thinking like, okay, I gotta put in more pressure on this Seeker.
Actually, the whole game, I was thinking I need to take Avada out. She's been a menace. I was also bouncing back and forth again between Quaffle game and Seeker game. Anytime the Quaffle came down to me, I saw a couple of times during the match where I, tackled the Quaffle just to give extra position. just like that there.
Yeah, for sure. You were putting like a beater can influence all facets of the game, literally the scoring, defensively, offensively, seeker, beater. Like, a beater can influence so much, and Sayuni was definitely on that influence throughout the entire pitch. But we see USA Quidditch going for the attack. We'll see if Kinky Whiskey can stop it, and no, USA Quidditch with a score 20-10, and USA Quidditch being the scoring menace for Obscure's Quidditch Club on this one. The siege bars are super close. Right now, the lead is currently for Obscure's Quidditch Club, as Mad Monster's Seeker, Extreme Barrier, probably got tackled and bludgeoned, and he lost that lead that he had. So we're getting super close to the catch. And Eddie Rani gets it 30 points, 50-10. Obscurus rocking this one.
Yeah, like I said, me and Eddie just have some kind of unspoken bond. When we're playing Seeker and Beater, it's hard to go up against the two of us.
Yes, it cannot be overstated how much that seeker beater synergy helps. Just the timing and just knowing where to be at the right time, knowing when to switch to chaser, knowing when to go back to help your seeker, knowing when to tackle the beater. It's just everything is in perfect synergy here. And we see it with a lead, from the get go. Sai, maybe you got a tackle in there, maybe the snitch fine, but you guys are leading most of the snitch rate.
Yeah, I got some pretty decent tackles in early on, and I got him low and kept him low for pretty much most of this matchup.
Yes, and we see Eddie Rani being low right now, which means that Avada was also putting in the work. He's regenning now, but he was definitely a couple of tackles away from dying. That means that the pressure was also there for Eddie Rani, who is a very good seeker. Used to play Q6 a lot, and he still has it going on. You don't lose that kind of talent. So we are seeing that even though he was low, he managed to get a regen as Anna Wong gets a score. The fish lover of Obscure Quidditch Club and Extreme Bar
Extreme
goes
Butters
down.
goes down again.
Yes, by a chaser tackle, if I'm not mistaken. So you guys were putting in the work in every facet of the field. I feel like your team just found really good chemistry on this match.
Yeah, we discussed our comms. We have to be more vocal about what's going on the pitch, who's low, who's at full health, who's regenning. And that played a crucial aspect for us in this matchup.
Yes, and something interesting as a Smart Bean gets a score, pretty good goal by Smart Bean right there. Usually a defensive chaser, but he can also put in some scores in. But it's still interesting how you guys are doing really good offensively, really good on seeker, really good on defense as well. Because 20 waffle points, like 2 goals, is nothing really in the big scheme of things. So you guys were definitely locked in and going for that promotion spot towards the World Cup division.
Absolutely. We said if we're going to play these games, we're going to give it our all and take away as many wins as we possibly can.
For sure. And let's still, though, also recognize that Extreme Butter, he hasn't played in a while. He's not really like on Q6. He is more of a Season 1 player. But I feel like overall, he's doing pretty well considering that Osiris is such a good seeker and you as well, Sayuni, putting in the work like that, being a menace. I feel like, he's putting in the work, putting in the effort. So we also recognize that Abada as well had some good bludgers towards Eddie Rani. But in the end, it seems like the pressure as a team Obscures is just a bit too much for Mad Monsters to handle. They definitely have decent players, some good players in there, but other arena we see going for the score, apparently a miss as we don't see the score. Oh, never mind. USA Quidditch got it, and that's a hat trick for USA Quidditch, putting up a beautiful performance on offense. I feel like something that's dangerous about Obscures is that anyone can score, right, Sai?
Absolutely. All of our chasers are lethal. We've got Anna Wong in USA. USA is amazing when he actually locks in and can take his shots off. He does tend to stick around as a defensive chaser, though.
And we see the catch from Eddie Rani to end the game. We do have to give props to Mad Monsters because that snitch bar, especially on the second one, was super close. It could have gone to anyone. So Obscures definitely dominated this match. You guys played out of your minds on this one. But we also recognize that Mad Monsters had some decent performances. Avada was bringing the pressure from time to time. Extreme Butter was got the second snitch to like the end. Kinky Whiskey with that double elimination. But yes, this match goes to Obscure Quidditch Club with a huge win and a beautiful performance. Sai, we've already seen you guys play against the Hogs. Now you played against Mad Monsters. So I guess that you guys are starting to think about how you're gonna get ready for the promotion, right? Like you guys are almost there.
Yeah, we actually discussed it, and even if we win only one match in our next matchup, we still clinch that first place spot. But
That
we're
is
still
beautiful.
going. We're still going for the win there.
It cannot be understated how Obscure started their season with a loss towards OWLS, but they turned it around to the top of the Triwizard division. They're doing really well, and they're going to play the Killer Kelpies next in what's going to be a match to remember for sure. So, Sai, any last thoughts? What are you thinking about the Kelpies match? Just fill us in on the details of it.
I'm excited for this Kelpies matchup. We have scrimmed against them in the past, and things may have went a little less pleasant, but we're feeling great. I mean, we've got practices going on and things like that. USA's been putting in the work, getting everyone online. So as Midge, trying to get everyone online so that we can all work together as a team and work on our synergy and take us to that next level.
And you guys are definitely getting into that next level. It's going to be a very exciting end of season for Obscurus. And then if you guys make the promotion, you may have to face the Nimbus Nighthawks or Dumbledore's Army from World Cup Division. Those are going to be some huge matches that no one's going to want to miss. And yeah, this has been a really great match to watch. Don't miss the Kelpies versus Obscurus match. We are going to see the Chaser Core from season 1 of the Kelpies, Sarah, Kinkuma, Vanier, Bearman's gonna be there. Every really good player, Goats barely, from season 1 is gonna be there. And Obscurus, they are cooking right now. So will the old legends win? Will the new legends arise? It's gonna be a good one for sure.
Yeah, we're definitely looking forward to joining our sister club, Revenants, up in the World Cup.
Hell yeah, you guys have definitely put in the work, and you deserve it. So, with that, thank you for watching this recast, this aftercast. Thank you to everyone who is watching this, and we will be doing this more. If you have any bots of matches you would like to get casted that haven't been casted, just hit us up, send us a DM, and yeah, pretty much. Thank you for watching, Sai. Thank you for being here as well, Sai. Been a pleasure casting with you.
Yeah, you too, Neo. I enjoy casting with you and playing alongside of you every time we are in Q6.
Hell yeah. Okay, catch you on the next one, everyone. Thank you for watching.
And welcome back, everybody. We are now live again with you guys for the final 2 matches of Season 2 OWLs. Tonight's games are a make or break, determining who advances to Newts and who may be facing regulation matches. Stakes are high and every play counts today. Our usual commentators are in the arena tonight, so we've got a special broadcast crew holding it down. It's Riley, and I am joined by Time Twister, the newest addition to our broadcasting team and the mastermind producer behind our most recent streams. We're going to be bringing you every highlight, shock, and snitch catch live. So grab butterbeer and buckle in. It all comes down to this. So we're going to go over the team rosters right now. Go ahead and pull those up. We have on the Wingardians, Neo, Zach of all trades, Katie Talks, Flyerish as captain, Ilmage, Unknown Key, Shinobert, Airyberry, The Only Scourge, and Yokio Takeda. What are your thoughts, Drew, about Wingardians lineup?
Well, I think definitely the Wingardians lineup is pretty stacked. You know, some familiar faces for me being Neo and Flyrish, having them having commentated. I'm super excited to see them in action. Definitely love how they commentate the game. Love to see them in action.
And then next on Nimbus Nighthawks, we have Michi Mo, their captain, Dak Daniels, Rex Blazer, Cowboy Jackman, Darkrai Nighthawk, Moldy Cheese, Stee, as I know him, but you guys know him as Ovedo, Frank, Malacosis, and Osito Luna. Any thoughts about these guys?
The Nighthawks currently in this season have won no games and no matches. I'm really hoping they make a comeback this time. They've got a really good lineup, and especially seeing as how some of their players have improved, especially in these past few days, super excited to be seeing this match.
Yes, it is going to be a very interesting lineup. I do know personally that there are going to be some members from each team not available or maybe not playing all the games. So it's definitely going to be interesting how all of this is going to match out. And let's take a look. So if Neo is the seeker, I believe for Wingardians, and Michimo typically seeks, but we have been seeing her play Chaser. And we've had Frank stepping up as Seeker. It's going to be very interesting how these teams make out in the Seeker race. Any thoughts or opinions on that?
I'm going to be honest, none off the top of my head. You know, because I haven't really watched many games other than the ones that I've been broadcasting, so it's definitely going to be really fun to see Neo, especially on that snitch race with how much he talks about it.
Now, I know we don't have the current standings available for our viewers out there, but on the website right now, we are seeing that we have Crazy Comms taking first place, Nox second, Rim Reapers third, and Wingardians fourth. Now, these games could change how this looks for those top 4 positions. What are your predictions?
So, Crazy Comms is obviously locked for first. My personal hopes is that Wingardians win this match and knock both Rim Reapers and Nox out of their current positions, and I'm holding out for RQC next match, so that way we just get a complete and total shakeup of the top 4.
That is my current predictions right now. It's of course Crazy Comms. I think Wingardians are gonna do a 2-0 for both of their games and knock themselves, actually bump them up into second place if my math is correct. And then it'll leave Nox and Rim Reapers, but it's definitely going to be very interesting. They are sitting really steady at a 75% win rate, so I'm super intrigued on how this is gonna go. I'm trying not to show my bias with Nighthawks right now, but I'm also very hopeful for their gameplay.
Oh,
This.
certainly.
So it does look like the teams are joining in um, into their voice channels. It's going to be really interesting. Any predictions for how the first game's going to go?
I think Guardians is going to come out with a really strong lead game one, and I think Nimbus Nighthawks is probably going to take that, and they're going to adjust a little bit, and they're going to strike back hard games on game two. And going to be honest, I'm hoping they strike back game three as well.
I do hope to see three games. We definitely got some nail biting action when it was Nighthawks versus Crazy Comms. I'm really curious if we're gonna be able to see the same exact thing for this Wind Guardians match. What's this? That is a K for that font. Cowboy Jackman. Now, let's take a look at what the roster says for Guardian. Okay, Katie Talks is an amazing beater. And they have Airyberry. I'm really curious on which one they're gonna start with. I know Rex Blazer isn't in the VC, so I'm assuming they're not gonna be in tonight. Who would you guess is subbing as beater if he's not here today?
For Wind Guardians?
No, for Nimbus Nighthawks.
Oh, for Nighthawks. Let me double check and see who's in their VC currently. I know Frank seems really strong, especially in that beater position. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Cowboy Jackman in there as well.
Oh, so actually looking at the chat, it does look like it's going to be Cowboy Jackman beating, so that's going to be very interesting to see how he does with Katie Talks or Airyberry, depending on who it is. And looking at their chat. Any other predictions that you have for either team?
Not really. I haven't seen very much of either of these teams to make an educated decision. And I really hope that after today's matches, I'll be able to, or today's match for Nimbus Nighthawks, that I'll be able to come up with my own predictions, especially regarding their players.
Now, I do want to remind anybody that is streaming to the producer, remember that if it is not a image that we can use, such as something with filters or anything that's not like a clean, good visual, it will not be streamed on here, but it would be recorded for us to use at a later time. So if that is something you're interested in, you want it to be live, I would go ahead and adjust those settings now. Get that squared away. And do you see anybody on your end that are the teams ready? It looks like they are in their queue setups.
Does look like they are in their queue setups. I am not seeing anyone properly ready queuing for the match, though.
So what we're gonna do in that case, we're gonna go ahead and get a prediction out there. So now you have your predictions. Which team do you think is going to be taking game one? Is it going to be the Wind Guardians or is it going to be Nimbus Nighthawk? And like currently the vote is sitting at Wingardians. So it'll be very interesting what this was. And for those who are in the community, there is predictions that kind of went out, and it just proved that not all these predictions are accurate because Dumbledore's army won against I believe it was Nox. So it anything is possible in Quidditch.
That is certainly true. That match was just an absolute nail biter. That DA versus Nox.
And it's so hard as either a producer or a commentator to not sit here and scream and shout in excitement for them. So, ooh, it looks like we have Wingardians at 11,000 and Nighthawks at 680. Brutal. Also, I understand the font that was chosen was not the greatest, apparently. It is something that will be noted for next one. They are commenting about how the K's look like H's. Uh, and when people point it out, it definitely does. Duly noted for Newts. And just to kind of make our viewers aware, we are going to be having, after this, we're going to be having QC Mania coming up the following weekend. QC Mania is a 2-day event, which will have 3 different matches, or 3 different games. One of them being a 1v1 Seeker match, a 1v1 beater match, and we're going to be having teams of 4 going a 4v4 match for Chaser and Keepers and everything. So definitely tune in next weekend, everybody, and check out those games. And then the following weekend after that, I believe is when we are going to be having Newts, which will be live streamed. So more information on that to come, but definitely make sure you guys are tuned and you're paying attention to the Discord because we will be announcing them there. I know I'm personally excited for QC Mania. What are your thoughts, Drew?
I'm also excited for QC Mania. I know there was a little bit of a murmur around the community about the point scoring for it, but I definitely think that even with the early lead for the Earth Nation #represent, I think it's going to be very close between all of the nations.
Yes, that has been a hot topic for a lot of different people, but the point of QC Mania is just mostly about getting the word out and sharing with the world that, hey, we're a community that loves Quidditch Champions. We're here. It's less about the games and more about us kind of self promoting and self advertising. So that's why those kind of got bigger points. But um, it it's gonna be close to kind of see which nation wins. Thanks to you, your nation is winning. So if people are interested in getting points, volunteer for QC Mania in some kind of capacity, not just participating in the individual games. And if you're interested in donating to the Trial of Earth, they do not have a sponsor at this time. So you just open a ticket up in our Discord.
Right.
Yeah.
On the topic of hot topics, QC Mania, and points, just a reminder, all of our live stream points are in fact going to be resetting at the end of the stream, I believe, to prepare for QC Mania.
Yes. So if you got them, use them. And I did activate roulette and slots, so that way people can burn through them. Or you can do just like what Rishi did and highlight your message for 100 points. This is so that way it helps with tracking purposes for QC Mania.
So even if you lose all of your points in predicting the wrong outcome of the match, it is what it is. They're going to be reset tomorrow. No big deal.
Oh, I guess that is a different point system.
All right, it looks like the teams are queuing up now.
Awesome. Let's switch to their POV.
As in they're selecting positions. So let's go ahead. Looked like they were, but I guess now they are actually properly queuing up for their match. So we're going to switch over here to one of the chasers for Wingardians. Looks like they're on Forbidden Forest.
I wonder if that is a ban map. I know Nighthawks typically don't ban maps. That's not the norm though. So let's see if they're gonna play this through, and it does not look like they are.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like we are seeing a Bloody Hell used, or a BH. Sorry, sponsors. So we're gonna go back to the roster.
So the game after this is going to be Wingardians versus RQC. That one is going to be a really big nail biter. You guys are in the chat. And it's gonna be really interesting because they have Jolva, which is an amazing seeker. So it's gonna be interesting to see Jolva versus Neo if they're gonna have that lineup. I'm just either one of these teams can take this. Honestly, there's so many amazing players. Modest Logic, OTP, of course. Lego has really improved a lot this season. Of course, Teddy Ready. So it can be either one. It looks like though that Nighthawks and Wingardians are in a match. It
Yep.
does not look like they are backing out. So let's
Yep.
go ahead and transfer back to them.
Good old Weasley Burrow Sunset, my beloved. Honestly, one of my favorite maps.
Okay, and we are off. And take a look at this.
It looks like we are. Looks like Nighthawks are starting off strong with an early goal by Cheese and Queso. Always love to see that.
Like the first 15 seconds, I believe that was. Excellent work. Right, we're looking at Wingardian's point of view, it looks like.
That is the keeper for Nighthawks.
Oh.
Placing down some good old... Oh. That is exactly where we want to be, Cowboy Jackman. No, that is not Cowboy Jackman. That is Dak
that
Daniels.
is Dak. Yes, Dak Daniels is semi new to keeping it. The Nighthawks started off with Cheese and Queso as their keeper and switched over to Dak Daniels. Been doing an excellent job. But Ilmage was able to get that shot in on him with an assist by Flyrish.
Yeah. We always love to see that.
And he was able to make that pass off to Cheese and Queso. Let's see how they are going to do. He's laying down his play caller rings.
Yep, we do not actually have a chaser POV for Nighthawks.
Do we have any POVs for Wingardians?
We do. We have Ilmage right here, right now.
Okay, and he does look like he is behind. Are we able to see? Okay, so they have Shinobert, Ilmage, and
the only
Neo
Scourge.
chasing.
Oh, right.
chasing,
Chasing.
and Scourge is seeking. Katie Talks doing her thing, beating, and Flyrish keeping. Um,
On the topic of
and
chasers,
Michimo scored a goal with an assist by Queso. Excellent job, guys. What's the lineup over for Nighthawks?
for Nighthawks, as we'd seen earlier, we have Katie Talks.
Nope,
No,
this is
that is Wingardians.
with a goal by Elmade.
As we saw earlier, we have Dak Daniels on keeper. We've got Cowboy Jackman as a beater, who actually, Dak Daniels was the one that just went down. Similar names, keeping them mixed up. We've got Malakosas, Michimo, and Cheese and Queso as our chasers, and Franck as the seeker. I'm gonna go back over to Ilmage on the chaser game.
And with the Seeker game being this close, do we have any Seeker POVs by chance?
I do not believe so. We do, however, have a beater POV here with Cowboy Jackman.
Excellent. Let's take a look at that. Oh, and Frank caught it.
We love to
Franck.
see that. We love to see a snitch catch. All right, and it looks like very contested quaffle game here in the beginning, but does look like, Ilmage just catching it and going straight for a goal.
Now, if you guys are curious, Flyrish is decided to play this game in a very interesting way. If you want to go ahead and show Flyrish's POV for a few seconds.
I'd love to, but it looks like it's frozen. Dropping a lot of frames, but it does look like Flyrish is playing this upside down, which is certainly a way to play QC.
Yes. So, just to give you guys an idea of what it was, and it did have some funny things off to the side, but it freezing on our end. So which is why we're not showing his POV and everything. Which I
does look like we've got Shinobert passing the quaffle off to Neo, who then kicks it and scores. Love to see it.
and we just got another grab. Ooh, and got hit with a hero kick.
Yeah. All right, Schnobert getting a pass from the keeper. Looks like they're trying to go for it. However, it does look like the snitch game is close. Let's go and get a Ooh. Nope. Once again. Jackman and Dak Daniels. Always getting them mixed up.
Cowboy Dak
Cowboy.
Man.
Nice. And it looks like Nighthawks do take game 1.
With 100 to 60. Great job, Nighthawks. That was very, Very interesting. So now, since Nighthawks took the first game, that completes the prediction. Oh yeah, that means 12,646 points go to Cowboy Jackman and to others. Congratulations. Skinny, yes, Skinny's chart. Um, so what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna take a quick break and run an ad because it's been a while since we ran one. And we'll be right back with you guys. Okay. For 1 minute. Okay, so we are muted. No, I'm not. And welcome back, everybody. We have in the booth with us Flyrish. Um, that was a very interesting matchup. Did that go
My
exactly how you planned?
team threw. I quit when I could be on the broadcaster booth now because I quit. I'm done. I don't want to talk to any of them anymore. No, I'm kidding. It's fucking. We having a good time, you know. End of the season L7. You know, I gotta throw Skinny's bracket. You know, for the funsies. I can't let Crazy Com have all the fun. You know, have all their way. So I had to throw Skinny's bracket. It just is what it is. But yeah,
That's
we're out
pretty
here. We have fun. It was a good game one. I that was a lot of fun for me.
So I wasn't sure if you were able to hear prior to the game. We did record your POV, but
Okay.
it was vetoed by Mel, because it wasn't really viewable. But we will be using it in the last episode of the Quaffle Report.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah, stop
So
recording it.
no one saw the upside down and all the fun text I had for the chat.
Oh, for a second. For a
Oh,
second.
we showed off for a little bit. Okay, good. All right,
Yeah.
I'll take it. I'll take it. As long as the people know.
You did? No. No.
I have a screenshot. I could give you a screenshot so that you could use it on the Quaffle reports.
Yes, and people can go back and clip that for us. Go back. So,
Absolutely. But yeah, we
but
having a good time. We've had a lot of crazy games today. The Nox and DA. I mean, we having a good time today.
definitely, you guys really said last day, yes.
So we have to try everything once. You know what I mean? Like we have to give it our all. But our next lineup is even crazier. Trust. But I won't say until the game is ready.
You guys are queued up.
Are we? I don't know. I'm not in the captain's booth. I'm not in the game.
You guys heard it here. Flyrish quits Wingardians effective immediately.
Yeah.
So
After we
will
beat
not
all
be
the
queued.
easy opponents, now that we're at the hard opponents, from the Quaffle report, as the Quaffle report pointed out to us, I the pressure was too much to quit.
Yep. My 3 a.m. filler hot take. So messed up. I will not be writing the next one at 3 a.m. for sure. Yes, yes. I will definitely do it then.
All right, it does look like they are now queuing up. I don't even remember the lineup for today, so don't ask me what game 2 lineup is. I don't remember. I'll remember when we get in the game. I have so we made at the beginning of the season we made a list of all the different lineups we could run, and then we randomized it outside of Nox and Crazy Comms. We decided to we came up with what we thought was like our most optimal lineup, and then we said, okay, we're not going to run that lineup a single time this season. So the Wingardian lineup that you have seen is what we believe is like this is our best 6 on the field at any time yet this season. But we did take what we thought was like our 3rd, 4th, and we used that on Crazy Comms. We took our 5th, 6th, took that to Nox on the because we knew that those were going to be really tough games. But other than that, all of this is randomized. We made a whole bunch of random things, and we just put them to games. So that has been the Wingardian season so far. We have not run the same lineup.
It looks like they are in match warming up. Oh, is this a band map? I'm not sure.
Shouldn't be a band map.
Awesome.
All right. So we get the kickoff going. We got Ilmage perspective. Honestly, okay, Chaser at best. Some people may know him. He gets a solo right there. Because he's bad. Michimo with the ball takes it downfield. We got Cheese and Queso on the Chaser as well. Zach of all trades doing his debuts and gets a stop there. Let's go, my boy Zach. Kean takes it downfield. To the face of Dak Daniels. He takes a dodge upwards, shoots downwards, 10 points for unknown key, 6 minutes, 20 seconds left. Image hot pursuit of Cowboy Jackman. Yukio on Seeker. It's always a dangerous time. But they have Frank on Seeker, Frank the GOAT. Love that man. Key with the ball. He's taking it downfield. Right now, Frank is low HP, so some of the chasers and beaters paying attention to it. Michimo gets it. Ilmage, though, with the interception. Key picks it all up. Key he doesn't get it. Frank goes down by the hands of Beater Neo, his first game on Beater this season. Michimo with the quaffle takes it downfield. We have the POV of Dak Daniels, one of the best keepers in the game. Michimo swirling, gets past Ilmage, one other chaser to beat, faces Zach of all trades over Scourge, and Zach just able to catch that off the top. He kicks it on out, goes to Unknown Key. Right now, Yukio looking to have a pretty solid lead on the snitch race. 5 minutes, 10 seconds remains. Oh, but Cowboy Jackman there looking like good and good. Good punch. Key gets another score, 20-0. 5 minutes remain. On the side of Nimbus Nighthawks, they have plenty of capable chasers. Right now, Cheese and Queso squaring up. Zach gets around him for 10 points. 20-10 for Nimbus Nighthawks. 4 minutes, 40 seconds remain. Good shot there, Cheese. Kicks it all out to the hands of Ilmage. He takes it on downfield. Looks like he's got a 1v1 with Dak Daniels. Dak Daniels looks like he was going to go for the kick. He didn't. Ilmage goes for the reverse. Chest rims it. Dak gets the hero kick on out. Good pressure by the chaser. The first option Ilmage wanted to go for there was blocked. He had to switch it up and wasn't able to get it in. Right now, Key with the ball again. Stitch Race getting close right now. Frank on hot pursuit of Yukio. But he is half health right now. And Key puts in another one. 30-10 for the Wingardians. 3 minutes, 50 seconds remains. Ooh, Cowboy Jackman, yes, indeed. We have Beater Neolo, Cheese and Queso getting a great score there in for Nimbus. And right now, Nimbus leading that snitch race. This is going to be very big for them to win this. Right now, Cowboy Jumpman staying hot pursuit. Frank slightly behind now on the snitch race, slightly behind Neo. This turn is going to matter. Right now, Wingardians holding for the farming. Looks like there was a hero kick thrown. Frank goes down by Yukio, and then he gets the catch. 60-20 for the Wingardians. 2 minutes, 57 seconds remain. If I am correct, Yukio is running a 4-1-5 build, which can help him with secret kills and secret damage. Able to come in clutch there for the end of that secret race to secure for him. Dak with the stop. Cheese and Queso. Throws it back to Dak. He surveys the field, looking for his best options to pass out. Right now, Nimbus Nighthawks, though, still in a good position. They only need one score to be back in that snitch race. Frank's so close on that snitch. He could definitely catch the second one and make this an interesting game. Right now, Michimo, ducking, dodging, weaving. Cheese and Queso puts it in on Zach of all trades. It's now 60-30 with 2 minutes, 10 seconds remain. And now it is very important that they keep up this pressure for the snitch race. Ilmage tried to get it, got punched out of it. It's just now at that awkward angle. Cheese and Queso able to pick it back up. He's having a good game. Sack of all trades is dead, though. This should be a free goal, and it is. It is 60-40. Nimbus Nighthawks storming on back right now. This could all come crashing down for the Wingardians. 1 minute, 45 seconds remains.
This can literally be anyone's game at this point.
It is, and that's what we like to see. Unknown Key right now has the ball stolen by him by Cheese and Queso, but kicked out. Key should be able to pick that back up, and he does right now. He's got to get past Michibo. Ilmage looking for the one-timer. Gets kicked by Dak, though.
Oh.
And he goes down. Dak gets the kill on Ilmage. And Frank, it goes down by the hands of Neo. That is a big seeker kill right now, knowing that Nimbus Nighthawks probably do need that seeker catch. Even if they are able to get 2 more on Zach of all trades, that would only put it to overtime. Right now, Scourge with the ball. Dashes upwards, fakes down, throws it back upwards. It's now 70-40. They're still holding that Stitch Insurance right now. Yu-Gi-Oh got a pretty significant lead here with 45 seconds remains. but not all is lost. Franck can definitely still bump his way back in, and these late time Stitch races, each bump is crucial. Cowboy Jackman on hot pursuits, doing his best to try to take on Yukio. Right now, Cheese and Queso holding the ball. And Zach gets a kill on Franck again. That's the second death on Franck. Ten seconds remains. And it seems like it would be just a little too much for them to come back in a snitch race. But will Yukio be able to catch? No, Yukio gets bludgered. Cowboy, or yeah, Jackman says no catch for Yukio there. But Wingardium still takes it 70-40 for game 2.
That was absolutely intense.
That was quite a good game. That's what we love to see, the rivetingness of it. Two teams really going at it. I do believe this is Nimbus Nighthawks' last game of the season, so they definitely want to go out with a bang, do the best they can, and they definitely went for a good one there.
That's going to bring us to game 3. Are you joining them back, or are you done for the time being?
I'm having too much fun here in the commentator booth with you, Riley. I as long as y'all still have me, I'll stay around.
Yes, I say you had a permanent guest spot for commentating, even after the season.
Heck yeah.
You're so good at it. That's why I'm just sitting here being quiet. So
No, you're good. Please have it. It's the last day of Newts. We're here for a good time, you know? But
it looks
indeed,
like
as
we
long
are
as
now joined by Zayuni. Zayuni, welcome in.
Howdy.
what's saying?
Sorry for staggering in so late. Had to finish up what I was doing. But
How
those were
dare you?
great matches to watch.
Yeah, really good matches. Nimbus Nighthawks taking that game 1 against Wingardians. They caught both Stitches, Franck doing his thing. Only one Stitch caught in game 2. Yukio running that 4-1-5 build seemed to take a little bit of a toll on Franck. Franck did go down 3 times in game 2, but still came very close to that first Stitch catch. I mean, this literally was just a snitch catch of a difference of a game, and it literally came down to that one moment. Who would have got it? Nimbus could have secured it there in game 2, but here we go on going to a game 3, and now I'm not in with the Wingardians right now. I'm gonna have no input. I already don't know what lineup they were using last game, so I'm sure they'll pick a another fun, interesting lineup, whatever they decide to do. But Zayuni, I don't know if you were able to watch any of the first 2 games, but quite interesting that we haven't seen Mitchie on Seeker yet. That's something I believe I'm normally used to seeing. Mitchie, again, congratulations, winning most wholesome player of season 1, by the way.
Yeah, I did catch both of those games. It was a little bit confusing to see Mitchie not play Seeker, especially since I know her as a Seeker main.
Yeah. And to be honest, I've never quite seen her chaser play. She was actually doing some good dodges against some chasers that are known to be pretty tackle heavy, pretty good with getting some steals. They're all right, I guess. But Mitchie was kind of holding her own, getting the ball up to Cheese and Queso. Cheese and Queso made some great scores on Zach of all trades. So, assuming that Wingardians may run the same lineup, what little differences do you think they need to make, especially Yukio running that 4-1-5 build if he runs it again?
I have a feeling that Yukio's going to have to stick a little more heavy towards the center of the pitch, and keep his bludger game on point, especially with the fact that he is running 4-1-5, doesn't have that extra 5% tackle drain.
Indeed.
He's probably going to
really
have to bounce back and forth between playing his chasers and his seeker, use as much leverage as possible.
Yep. There'll be quite a back and forth again. Maybe we see Then pull out. I can only guess. If Wingardium's go into a game 3, which this would be their first game 3 of the season, we probably may still see Yukio on Seeker. Maybe KD talks. They throw her back on Beater. I imagine you will still see Zach of all trades on the Keeper going into this game. And maybe the combination of Shinobi, Ilmage, and the Key on Chaser. If I was to just make a random guess, but I don't know if they're gonna take from our we have a Discord channel with all our random lineups on it to choose from. They may just go in there and roll the dice and pick one, or they may be talking this out. It'll be interesting to see what the interim captain of Wingardians is doing, which I actually don't know who that is right now either. I think Illich, maybe.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. My team does not do a random lineup at all. We have set positions, so it's interesting when you see players playing in off positions, especially in a League 7 match.
Indeed, indeed. And if I heard, speaking of your team, if I heard correctly, OBS is taking at least top spot, if I remember correctly, in Triwizard, or am I incorrect on that?
You are correct. We have 4
Hey.
wins to 1 loss. We are the #1 seed in our division.
Absolutely. How fun has this season been for you? Any moments you would like to reminisce on as we wait for the two teams to work their schedule or their rosters out that you would like to share with us?
Yeah, I really enjoyed playing up against the Mad Mobsters and having a couple of new players in there actually that I haven't run into before. That was really fun, especially considering that that game almost did not happen.
Right.
Then in this last matchup against the Killer Kelpies, I had a blast playing up against everyone. It was super fun. It was all over the place, very chaotic, and our team was blasting a theme song, so to speak, in the background.
Interesting, interesting. What may I ask? What theme song, or is that too much for the stream to handle?
Seven Nation Army.
Okay, okay, I like it. I like it. We Guardians had a little bit of a similar thing. We used to always, for season 1, we started off every game, singing "I'm thinking Miku you." That's what we were previously known for. So keeping the vibes up, I love it. I love it. And obviously, well deserved by your team. You have such great players on OBS. Standouts to mind is like Odarina, for example, a very quality chaser. And what she brings to the table. Yourself, Life Size, if I'm remember correctly, is on OBS with y'all.
Yeah, he is our keeper, and he will always be our keeper.
Absolutely, absolutely. So great stuff. Congratulations to you and your team. Best of luck to y'all in promotions and regulations. Whenever that may be the case, it looks like Wingardians and Nimbus Nighthawks are coming in now for Game 3. On Weasley Burrows. And we have Yukio on Seeker, KD on Beater, Shinobi, Key, and Ilmage on Chaser, and Scourge on Keeper. Okay, they went serious. All right. Respect, I suppose. Not that we don't do anything serious, but just more of a closer core lineup of what we're used to. Ilmage just straight up whiffing the kickoff, I guess. We're gonna make fun of that in post-fill review. Cheese in case of holding the ball. Looks like servers are a little desyncy. Yeah, that may have been why he went through. He goes through Cheese in case's body right there. So we have a little fun this going through the desyncs at first. Somehow Ilmage ends up with the ball, key in his hands. He goes for the one-timer for the bottom left hoop. Doesn't quite make it back, able to stop it. Kicks it on now. Looks like the servers are coming back a little bit. Oh, they are bloody helling though. What is my team bloody helling for? What is this?
It looks like that's some pretty serious desync. Like, that's almost unplayable.
I could get over it. I'm just kidding. I'm only trolling with them because they're my team. I have as captain, I'm allowed to pick on them. But yes, it does seem like there was quite a little bit of desyncs there. That's just unfortunately the state of the game going into this. But hopefully they free party and get back up here soon. They got to get this game done. We got RQC on 20 minutes. Oh my gosh, they're throwing.
Speaking of RQC, they are right now on fire getting in warm-ups. So this is going to be an interesting matchup
Perfect.
between Wingardians and RQC.
It will indeed be a fun one. I am very sure of it. Lots of great players at RQC. Obviously, my dog T-Robo. That's my dog right now. T-Robo, my dog. Always excited to go up against him. I don't think I'm playing in that series. I'd have to look at the lineup, but I will be with them. I will not be in the broadcasting booth for that one. I will be with them, uh, giving my thoughts and opinions to them throughout the game. But yeah, should be a good one here. Like the lineups are getting back up. So who is, if you don't mind me asking, I should be. I apologize, Triwizard Teams. I have been watching. I just don't remember the records off the top. Who will be joining OBS in the regulation tournaments?
At this point, I'm pretty sure it's either going to be the Ragtag Dragons or
Oh,
the Hellfire Hogs. Based off of record, it seems like they're both sitting tied there, but off of points, it looks like Ragtag Dragons has the lead there.
beautiful, beautiful. Good luck to both teams. Seeing which one will make it. I got a lot of love for both teams. You know, Ragtag, they got Silver Shade. So many great people on it. Obviously, Hellfire Hogs. We know our Gremlin Captain Mooney, who likes to look around and catch L7 on fire here so often. So definitely some more fun in the works to be continued if they make it. So good luck to both teams and whoever will make it too. But we have kicked off Game 3, Wingardians, Nimbus, Nighthawks.
Nimbus
Right now,
Nighthawks starting out with possession here.
indeed, Cheese and Queso has the ball, but stolen by Ilmage. Oh, almost gets a stolen back. He was just able to dodge out of the way in time. He's got two chasers in front of him, a little bit of distance, lobs it up to Key. It is a slow pass. Key gets it, takes a dodge, and hits off the rim. Pops up Dak Daniels with the stop. Ilmage taking a swipe there. Cheese and Queso, he's been one of the de facto chasers so far. He was just out of range for the pass a little bit, so he couldn't get an Ilmage capitalizing. He goes on downfield. Dart Night Hawk. That was I jumbled my words. Dart Rit Nighthawk, I believe, was there to try to stop him, but Ilmage able to dodge, get it into the hoop past Dak Jones. He's now pressuring him to try, so he can't hold that hero. Kicks it on out.
Dak playing really well with that pre-flight.
Goes to Key, but he passes for the close hoop. Doesn't quite make it in. Cheese and Queso right now has the ball upfield, going up against Scourge. And Scourge with a big stop. Key one-timers it out in front. May have costed him, though. Ilmage tries to pick it up. Shinobi able to pick it up. Right now, the secret race looking very close. But maybe Yukio, maybe happens. Nope, I think it's kind of tied where it's at. Ilmage getting the one-timer on it, but Cheese and Queso able to pick it up again. He's just all over the field, doing so many things right. Ilmage goes for the tackle, goes for a hoop. Scourge right now pushed him to the backside. Shinobi able to get the steal. Now he takes it on upfield. He has Key up front. He passes it on. Key with a 1v1 on Dak Daniels. He's squirreling around, and he dives it into the bottom right hoop. 20-0 Wingardians. 4 minutes, 40 seconds right now. That snitch race super close. We'll see if this hero kick right now makes a big difference. Right now, actually, Franck looking like he has the lead.
Ooh, Dak Daniels out of bounds. That's going to be a tough hit, especially this close in the secret race.
Indeed. Ilmage was able to capitalize off of it and puts it in. Right now, Yukio looking like he has the slight advantage. I don't know if they're able to hold that ball for a hero kick with the death of Dak. It looks like they are farming, though. And Yukio with the catch puts Wingardians up 60-0. 4 minutes, 3 seconds remain. But it is not over yet. With 4 minutes left, that is not quite the halfway point of this game. Cheese and Queso has been getting the ball in his hand. If he can capitalize on it against Scourge. But Ilmage right now picks it up, throws it back to Scourge, and kicks it all out. All they need is 3, and Frog really keeping it close against Yukio there. Key goes up, dodges upwards, flicks to the right, puts it on in 70-0 for the Wingardians. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remain. All right, now Nimbus is going to have to look for what's going to make it work. Yukio bumps Frog, takes him down. Key gets killed by Dak. Dak goes down as well. Cheese and Queso up against Scourge, but unfortunately doesn't get it in. Passes it out to Ilmage. Very dangerous. Up to Key. Oh, Dak overcommitted, and Key puts it in for the 80-0 lead. 3 minutes remain.
Yeah, as I've said before, that free flight is really tough. You go a little bit too far, and you might struggle to get back in time before you get knocked out.
Absolutely, absolutely. But Dak so far has been putting up a great effort in these games. Shown a lot of big stops, to be honest, so far. Right now, Shinobi with the ball passes it up to Key once again. Key, that upfield chaser for Wingardians. He takes a dodge for the left hoop. Did a small flick down, but flicks it back up to the top hoop. It is 90-0. 2 minutes, 15 seconds remains for Wingardians. And right now, it's looking maybe a little rough for the Nimbus Nighthawks to get on in. Cheese and Queso with the ball once again. He's swirling around. He's looking for any answer he can at the moment. Key getting a kill on Franck. I'm assuming Yukio is still running that 4-1-5 build. Just doing a whole lot of damage. Right now, Michi with the ball. Passes up to Darkrit. Doesn't quite get it. Throws it back to Scourge. He kicks it on out very quickly. They are farming? Oh my, Wingardians,
That is
please.
absolutely a farm.
I'm Wingardians. Please, we have to talk about this. I see, if I'm not there, I'll lose all control. There's no way. All right,
This is a continuous farm.
Oh my gosh, what are we doing? All right, I'm fine. Who are these 6? I'm kicking them all out. They're done. They're fired. Pumpkin Snatch, come back. I need you. Right now.
Honestly, though, in a situation like that, the chasers really need to step up and, tackle all those chasers trying to grab that ball and make sure that they keep them stunned.
Absolutely, yeah. They gotta find a way to get in between Yukio to stop that. But Scourge and the chasers, but Yukio catching for the 120-0 in favor of Wingardians. GG's to both teams, especially to the Nimbus and Nighthawks. One of the best teams in the league. A lot of amazing and lovely people on the Nimbus Nighthawks. They're real good people. So GG's to them in their season. And for Wingardians, I got 11 minutes to get to RQC. So do them. I'm gonna go do that. But thank y'all for having me. I hope y'all enjoy the rest of the games tonight. All right, I'm assuming we're muted now, so thank y'all for having me.
Hello and welcome. We are currently gearing up and getting ready to watch the Wingardians versus the Revenants Quidditch Club. This is going to be an exciting matchup between these two teams.
It definitely certainly is. This match carries a lot of implications, especially for the World Cup championships. Not so much for relegation, but I am excited to see if RQC comes out on top of this, or if Wingardians are going to stabilize their place in second.
Absolutely. It could go either way at this point, but I'm rooting for the RQC. I hope they pull through and pull a win out of these guys.
All right, it looks like they have settled on a map. Looks like they are on Hogwarts Legacy, which is not one of the banned ones they have selected.
Although this is a beautiful map. I love the way the grass looks.
It really is. I think this is definitely up there in my favorites, along with Weasley Burrow Sunset.
Yeah, sunset actually makes it very tough, especially seeing the ball and the snitch flying
Yeah.
around. And we're getting into it. Looks like the Wingardians won face-off, but RQC picks up and takes possession. Teddy going for a lasso, it looks like. And he is not taking that shot.
Nope, dropped the ball. Teddy picks it back up and scores, it looks like, from behind.
Yeah, a really good reverse shot there, especially considering he had 3 attempts to take that one. Looks like Shinobi has the ball now, bringing it up, passing to Ilmage. Ilmage going in, dodge, and a shot. Ilmage for 10 points for the Wingardians.
Tying the score up. We love to see it.
Saffron passing it up to Teddy. Teddy moving it to Lego. Lego approaching. He's taking his time with this shot. Gets it stolen by Ilmage, and Ilmage up to Shinobi again. Crossing midfield now and approaching the hoops, grabbing a couple of rings as he goes by. Another dodge and shot. Shinobi for 10 again.
Yep, looks like we're getting a few frames dropped on Shinobi. We're going to go back to Ilmage for this one.
Tom kicking that out. Ilmage picking it back up. Taking it back up. Tosses it to Shinobi. Shinobi for another shot. Looks like Compu went down there. The Wingardians are putting some decent pressure on the Seeker. How do you feel about that?
I definitely think that the Seekers definitely have to keep their eyes out, especially on this map with the overgrowth on the sides. They're near the keeper's hoops. Ooh, Ilmage going in for a smack on the Seeker of RQC, which today looks like Robbo. I just really wish we had a beater or a Seeker POV so that way we could zoom in and watch them.
Yeah, it is a little tough, but it looks like the snitch bars are really close here. It could go either way. All it takes is one bump or one kick to secure that snitch for either team.
It looks
And
like
Robbo makes the catch. That ties up the game and makes it even. The ball being tossed immediately back to the Revenants.
Yep, it's going to be Lego with the ball.
Yep. Ilmage approaching, checking behind him. Dodges, but gets it kicked out of his hands. Saffron with the recovery. He looks like he tackled it away from them somehow. Lego has
taking it
possession
back,
now.
yeah. Ilmage trying to go in for a swing.
Not enough. It looks like Ilmage just didn't have a good enough position there.
Yeah, missed, but Key took it, passing it between all the chasers.
Wingardians is really good with moving that ball between their team. And Key for another 10 points, putting the lead for Wingardians.
10 points up. Still anyone's game. Snitch meter's looking to be around 25%. Saffron in possession, dodging all of these swings by Ilmage. Except that one.
Ilmage gets it and tosses it right up to Shinobi. Shinobi's approaching. See if he makes the score here. He does. Another 10 points for Wingardians, putting the lead at 20.
Yeah, for now RQC still has that snitch insurance, but with how good these chasers are in Wingardians, wonder how long that's going to be.
Saffron taking a shot, but missing there. Zach of all trades kicks it all out to Shinobi there, and Shinobi's approaching again. Let's see if he makes another score. He does not. Compu gets the stop. Ilmage recovered, but it looks like he lost it immediately. And looks like Wingardians are going back for a farm. Let's see if RQC has it in them to put a stop to this before they get going on it. Just not enough, and it looks like the Seeker is in, for the Wingardian, is in the lead here. But the bars are so close, it could go either way at this point. One good time bump, one good time tackle could take the lead for either team. Long range farm attempt. Looks like Zach dropped it there. And Robbo gets the catch, putting them at 70 to 60. 10 points for RQC. What an exciting matchup. I mean, this is really close.
Seeing a little bit of a desync here.
Guardians putting that pressure on Saffron, trying to keep him from getting a shot off. Saffron's just playing keep away, trying to make sure that they secure this win. They only have 10 seconds left.
Oh, Ilmage using a BH there.
Yeah, that desync towards the end was a little rough, but there was just too much time in the match for, you know, them to quit out and reset and everything. But RQC pulls out the win there, going 1-0 up against the Wingardians.
Let's see if we can get a ruling on that final BH from Ilmage there. Or if they're just going to move on to game 2. Looks like they are, in fact, just moving on to game 2.
Yeah, and in chat, Mel says here that DA now secures going into the Newts.
Yeah. I was going to say DA into the Newts. Are we certain on that?
Yeah, that was That's wrong, isn't it?
Yeah. Unless they mean RQC.
Yeah, I mean, RQC definitely, with that win, could possibly be up in there.
Getting some confirmation, we are referring to relegation, not the championships.
Okay. Yeah, Resonance guaranteed their place with this win.
Not quite yet. They do have to win the match.
Absolutely. There is still another match to be played, and that could go either way. The Wingardians could still pull out a 2-win here and, knock them off their high horse, so
Yeah.
to speak.
Because RQC right now, I do not have an updated standings board, but currently they're at 2 match wins. They need to be 3 if they want to tie with the Rim Reapers. But if they do that by winning this next game, they beat Rim Reapers by a single game win.
But let's talk about that matchup. What do you think the Wingardians could do to possibly pull out a win up against the Revenants, especially in a close matchup like that was?
I do think that the beater game definitely needs to go up. I think Wingardians just picked pretty wrong, I think, in their lineup.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if the Wingardians make any changes to their roster here, pull someone in who hasn't had a chance to play yet today.
Okay, it looks like the clarification was that RQC is now secured to stay in the World Cup division, as opposed to potentially going to relegation if they had lost both matches.
Yeah, one more win could push them into the top 4.
Yeah.
But RQC is a tough lineup, them being a sister club to Obscurus, They've got OT and Robbo. Those two are a combo to be reckoned with.
Certainly. Oh dear. I am definitely excited for this next match, seeing the lineup that Wingardians picks out. So I believe Flyrish had given us an insight on how they pick things last match.
Yeah, they definitely do something different that I honestly did not expect.
I believe it was mentioned somewhere in the chat earlier. Um, Either way, I think it's definitely a good way to make sure that all of your players are flex players, and it's very nice making sure that all of your players are not just comfortable in one, but everything.
Absolutely. Having a player who can play all positions changes the tide of a game easily, especially when you have someone who's really good at chaser, but they're also amazing at beater and seeker. or even just having someone who can, put up a couple of stops on keeper when necessary and hold their own in a position that's tougher to play. Can we get a predict up for the next match?
We cannot.
Oh.
Or I can't, at least. I'd love to.
Jim Tone saying, give me predict or give me death.
I wish I could, Jim Tones. I wish I could. But,
Looks like they are at server now. They are loading into a matchup, getting
Yep.
the game underway.
Looks like they are on Hogwarts Day.
Another beautiful map. I love playing on this one.
Honestly, just all of the Hogwarts maps in general.
Looks like the same lineup for RQC and Flyrish subbing in on Beater for Wingardians. Guardians immediately takes possession and passes it back to Scourge, who kicks it out to Shinobi. Shinobi pushing his way up.
Let's see if Shinobi has any better frames. Looks like it was taken by Teddy Ready. Passing it down to
Now
Lego.
Lego to, who is that? Saffron. Saffron going in. And a score for Saffron. Jolly. Ten-point lead for Revenants here. Let's see if they can push this game and take their win.
Yeah. Looks like a fumble from Key picked up by Saffron.
Yep, Saffron is pushing up, and he dodges up, and Key gets a tackle there, stopping his advance. Now Illmage pushing up, approaching, dodge, shot in the top hoop. Illmage tying that up, 10-10.
10-10, Seeker
Again.
players are getting pretty close, around 50%.
Actually looks like I'm looking at a 60 to 45 there, but
yeah. It's the untrained eye, which is what I am.
Does look like Wingardians have that lead in the snitch bar for sure. Saffron taking it in. Ooh. Good hero farm attempt there.
And it looks like Wingardians might be doing the same.
Yeah, it does. It looks like they're playing a little bit of keep away, trying to get some time so that the Seekers can make their way to the blue side hoops. Illmage bouncing it off the ground, Scourge with a hero and kicks it back out. As they bring it back in. Again, buying time for that Seeker to make the catch.
Yep, and it does look like Wingardians is catching up. Let's see if we can switch to Flyrish.
T-Rabo goes down there at the end.
Yeah.
I do not think that counts because the catch was made before he went down. Ooh, Shinobi for another 10 points.
It's looking
it's a
rough
40
for
point.
RQC, yeah. They're now out of
40-point
snitch
lead
assurance.
for Wingardians. RQC's really got to pull out all the stops, especially if they want to come back in this. but Wingardians are making it very tough for them to put any headway into this chaser lineup.
Ilmage going for the shot, getting stopped by CompuGamer.
Teddy is pushing up, approaching the red side hoops there.
Gets stopped
And another
by
save
Scourge.
by Scourge. And Ilmage for another 10 points, taking advantage of the open goal there. Looks like Saffron's playing a little bit of keep away here, just trying to buy some time. Teddy ready for another 10 points, what looks like a quick one-timer. The Wingardians are doing an excellent job of moving that ball around and keeping it moving. It seems like RQC is right there to pick up and intercept. Looks like Ilmage stopped the RQC chaser. We do see them getting ready for another hero farm here. Let's see if they've got it. They did land a huge kick against Robbo there, especially with the snitch bars being close like this. That definitely puts a damper on their progress. A dodge and a shot from Ilmage, putting another 10 points. It's looking grim for RQC here.
Ooh, Ilmage getting knocked out by CompuGamer. Shinobi going in for some more hero farming.
He is buying time, especially just dumping the ball back towards Compu or Scourge there.
Teddy comes in with a goal.
Yeah, but is it enough, especially being down 40 points? That snitch bar is really close. And Yukio with the snitch catch, which gives them a 100-30 win here, pushing into game 3.
Seeing a good amount of frame drops there at the end, some desync. Hopefully the servers are going to stick up for this one last game.
Yeah, the servers are really rough at times. They can make or break a game, especially one that's this close. I mean, all it took from RQC was getting one more point in and securing that snitch, but they just did not have it. Now, as we move into game 3, what do you think that RQC could do differently that they did in this game to secure that snitch or, secure the lead for themselves?
That's a very good question. I'm going to be honest, I wish I had an answer. Definitely looked like they're, much like Wingardians game 1, their beater game was just a wee bit off.
Yeah, that beater game is tough, You've got to control the whole pitch. You can influence everything from quaffle possessions all the way to snitch scores.
Yeah.
You can even stop your hero farms just by being in front of them.
Yeah, and especially with the Seekers being just as absolutely amazing as they are. Shoutouts to both Yukio and Lego for being just absolutely amazing on that snitch. No, it wasn't Lego, it was T. Robbo. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Robbo is the RQC Seeker. he will always be the RQC Seeker. He is very slippery, very hard to hit.
Right.
But as we've seen over the past few games, he is getting a little bit easier there. I wonder if, the Wingardians have locked into his flight patterns and, learned how to tackle him. As we approach game 3, I would like to know what your predictions are for this match. Who's going to win? Is RQC going to pull ahead and take game 3, or is Wingardians going to? It's a tough call, but I personally hope that RQC pulls it out. Rooting for them, especially being my sister club.
Certainly. I do have a handful of friends in the Rim Reapers. So as much as I'd love to see RQC win this match, I really do not want the Rim Reapers to be knocked out of top 4 for championships. Although it would be absolutely amazing to see RQC in there as well. Get some nice good matches, maybe even revenge on the Wingardians.
Absolutely. I mean, it could go either way at this point. It's definitely tight. Either team, securing that spot. I do not hate the Rim Reapers at all. Actually, I play with Chad quite a bit, and I do love playing with Chad and everything. I don't wish for anyone to lose their spot, especially in a close matchup like this.
Still looks like teams are selecting their lineups and their queues. Let's hope that nothing's gone wrong on either end.
Now, I wouldn't expect any major lineup changes here, but if Wingardians does decide to play something different, what would you think that they would change? I know we saw Flourish step in as beater there, but they have extremely talented players who could play any position. Um, who do you think might step in there?
That's a good question. I think seeing Flyrish as keeper would be definitely interesting, and seeing Neo come in maybe as either a seeker or as a beater. Or not seeker, chaser. Big difference. Big difference there.
Yeah, Neo is extremely talented at both Seeker and Chaser.
Yeah.
He does very well, and shout out to him. He's also getting pretty good at Keeper as well.
That's one of my goals as well currently, is trying to get better at keeper.
It is a tough role, man. You get blamed when things go all wrong, especially considering that you hold those goals and you have to save everything and stop any kind of points. You know, you don't only have to worry about chaser, but you have to worry about the beater. You have to worry about the seeker. You can't be just single-mindedly focused on the chasers.
That is right. However, next week, absolutely awesome transition while we're waiting on these teams to queue up. Next week, the Trial of Earth is keepers, one keeper, three chasers, two teams going at each other for a QC Mania event.
Absolutely. I'm excited. I'm going to put my name in for the keeper lineup, so I will try to be there myself.
I'd absolutely love to, but I've already volunteered myself to be in the casting booth yet again. It seems to be my second home at this point.
I will probably be competing for the Earth Nation.
Hashtag Earth Nation represent. Alright, looks like we are in fact queuing up.
Another beautiful map, Hogwarts Snow.
The snow maps are also all just beautiful. Hogwarts Snow doubly so. Just makes it difficult to find the snitch.
Yeah, all that moving snow makes it difficult to track something so small and moving. Does look like we have the same lineup from the Wingardians, not making
Certainly.
a change here. As Wingardians take possession and Shinobi approaching the goals being as slippery as ever, takes a shot, 10 points for the Wingardians.
In the first 15 seconds, we love to see that.
Always lovely, especially this early on in a game. Securing that lead early is important. Swings the momentum in their favor. Ilmage bringing it back up, gets it stolen.
Looks like kicked by CompuGamer. Looks like Shinobi picks it back up, tosses it back to Ilmage. Goes for a shot and
Ilmage
gets
for
it.
another 10. That puts the 20-point lead for the Wingardians, doing whatever they can to make sure that RQC does not secure that fourth spot.
Sending it back to Scourge to kick it downfield to Shinobi. Gets stolen by Saffron.
Lego passing it back to Compu. Compu kicks it out to Teddy. Teddy approaching. Looks like he has two chasers, three chasers on him. Ilmage stopping that one-timer, which is very important for the chasers to be doing during a match. Now Key taking it up. Looks like Ilmage has decided to focus on that beater, put pressure on him, take his focus away from the Seeker. Lego taking it, dodges. A shot does not look like it goes in. Ilmage getting in front of it just in time. They are farming here. That is a tough farm, especially when it's this rapid fire. Just practicing that 1-2. Flourish taking out OT, but it's just too late. Yukio getting that snitch, putting the match 50-0 against RQC.
Kickoff sends it flying back towards Wingardian's goal. Scourge kicks it to Key, who passes it to Ilmage.
Ilmage dodges and shoots again. 10 points. 60-0 Wingardians. This is a tough matchup, especially with me rooting for RQC here. Ooh, another one. Ooh,
Elmage
70 to
stealing it out
0.
right from under the nose of CompuGamer. Kicks it out to Lego.
Does look like we had some frames dropped there. Unsure if it was a game desync or just the stream. Key approaching. With Compu with a good save there.
Kicks it to Lego.
Looks like Lego put on the brakes there to shake Ilmage, especially being on his tail.
Pass to
Teddy
Teddy.
approaching, dodges, and Scourge saves that. Ilmage with the ball now, moving up, taking a couple of rings for himself, dodging Lego in the process, dodges, and another shot, 80 to 0. This is a standout game, especially for the Wingardians. Not letting a single possession go to RQC here. Does also appear that they have a massive snitch lead, going to be very hard, but Teddy puts up 10 points there. Good job, Teddy. I'm rooting for you, buddy.
Kick to Shinobi. Pass to Ilmage.
Ilmage dodging all the chasers and a reverse shot, but Compu stops that. Shinobi again grabbing it. Compu stops again and kicks it out. RQC just approached their 50% mark in their snitch meter. But is it enough? It's way too late in the game. They have to start putting up points now. Ooh, Ilmage for another 10, 90 to 10. Wingardians are just pulling out all the stops, making sure that RQC does not knock Rim Reapers out of that bracket.
Scourge saving a goal there.
Again, with the hero farming, it is very close in that snitch meter towards catch, but it is in their favor. Maybe they're doing this, yep, just to make sure that Yukio secures that catch, and he does, making the game 120 to 10. The Wingardians take it 2 to 1. Definitely a tough matchup, especially considering that RQC put in such a good performance trying to do whatever they could.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it just was not enough.
Both teams definitely played to their outs. It definitely looked like it, especially there in Game 2. But Nighthawks just falling short, locking in the brackets for the World Cup Championship.
Yep.
Do we have any last words for our viewers? Any last minute thoughts, predictions on the championships?
Oh, I have a feeling I know how it's going to go, but I would like to see an upset here and see some other team take the #1 spot. But I thoroughly believe that Crazy Comms is going to secure that championship spot.
I'd love to see an upset as well.
Especially considering Crazy Comms has lost a couple of single matches up against some of these teams. So any team does have the chance of, pulling that upset and giving them a true loss here. But
Certainly.
also, I would like to thank all of the L7 viewers and subscribers. You know, you guys are great. This community is amazing. I love playing with every single one of you, and I would love to see you all on the pitch.
Yep, and just as a reminder, the next week we will not be having the Newts World or the will not be having the advancement Newts. We will be doing those scheduled after QC Mania, which is next week.
Yeah, exciting to get into QC Mania, especially next week. It's going to be a weekend of fun. You know, seeker battles, chaser keeper battles, and beater 1v1.
All right. I do not believe I have got anything else. Anything else from you, Zayuni?
Nope, I'm all good here.
All right.
Thank you.
Everyone, thank you for watching, and that was an absolutely wonderful season. I hope we see a strong season 3 as well.
I hope to see you all in season 3. Let's make this exciting.